everybody, and welcome to JB Motorsports 2, and something just a little bit different this weekend, with the Las Vegas street circuit being so unique that it has security cameras around the circuit. We're bringing you ulterior coverage. We have track cameras in turns 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, on the Las Vegas Strip itself from the turns 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. During the broadcast of the sessions, you'll be hearing our commentary both across Formula 1 and F1 Academy, and you'll be able to catch up for the next 6 hours. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. We'll be back at the start of the show on JB Motorsports for all the action. Las Vegas hosts once again Formula One. It's the 6th time this amazing city has hosted a Grand Prix. We had 2 back in the 1980s. We've had 2 so far in the 2020s. Now here we are again. The Las Vegas Strip Circuit is an absolutely awesome event. And we are getting set for the first time. It's a sunset session. Welcome to Las Vegas, where we have got 3 drivers in the hunt for a World Championship. Hello everybody, welcome to JB Motorsports and round number 22 of the Formula One World Championship. We've got Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen in the hunt this year for the championship battle. And we're not only on JB Motorsports via YouTube and Twitch, but if you're watching us live on JB Motorsports 2, you're going to be seeing something slightly different this weekend. Track cameras. Oh yes! A little bit of a red button service for everybody watching. With Vegas being a street circuit which has access to the Nevada CCTV network, we've plugged in and got every view of the track possible live on the YouTube channel. That's live on JB2 throughout the weekend for all sessions. Even when we're not live on the main JB Motorsports, you can go over and watch the track action as well that's going on around. Alongside me in the comment box is Wes, and Omi's down there as well. Wes, good morning, good afternoon to you back there in America. This is more friendlier to you. The sun is setting in Las Vegas once again, and after a sensational Sao Paulo race, the championship now has swung the way of Lando Norris, and he's 24 points clear to Oscar Piastri, even more so to Max Verstappen. What are you expecting coming into this weekend?
Well, I am expecting Lando Norris to take it somewhat easily. Of course, he doesn't want to fall too far behind, but then again, he doesn't want to do anything stupid either. So it's very much going to be on both Verstappen and Piastri to be in attack mode because they have so much less to lose. In fact, if Lando Norris manages to score 9 points more than Verstappen in the race on Saturday night, he will mathematically rule him out of the championship. So that's how little Max has left to lose.
Yeah, Max is literally just going for it and seeing if anything sticks. It's that type of weekend here to keep an eye on. Well, we're gearing up then. Omi, very quickly, what are your thoughts coming into this one? It's going to be another tight, twisty, balmy weekend in Vegas.
Pivotal race when it comes to the championship fight. Looking forward to seeing how it's going to play out.
Okay, here it comes then. Let's give you the coverage details with Simon.
If you're watching in the UK, you might need a bit of coffee this weekend, but it should be well worth it. There's so much at stake. Right now, we're live with Practice 1. Practice 2 is from 3:45 in the morning, and we're going to wrap things up in case you can't stay awake with the F1 show from 6:15. Practice 3 is from 12:15 on Saturday, and qualifying from 3 a.m. And then on the Sunday morning, 2:30 on it, race start at 4 o'clock. Let's head up to Rachel Brooks, who's with Jensen and Ant in the commentary box.
For the 3rd time, we are here on the streets of Las Vegas. Welcome to our 3rd stop in the United States of America in 2025. The Nevada desert has hosted 5 previous World Championship Formula One races. This is the 6th, and it could be one of the most dramatic. We come here with the championship massively alive. Lando Norris versus Oscar Piastri versus Max Verstappen. That's the battle around this fantastic street circuit, which many people have comically been referring to as a spider pig circuit, you can kind of see why. And in the month where we have the Trump Towers just alongside the circuit, to call this track a pig is kind of politically incorrect. But Pirelli have brought the softest tyres available, the C3, C4 and C5. That's the remarkable one for a street circuit. We've not delegated to go for the C6 coming into this weekend, which I kind of understand why, but it's a beautiful track condition. For the first ever time, the sun is still out. The sunset officially here in Las Vegas is at 16:29. That is in 90 seconds time. So this is technically still daylight. We've never run here, Wes, in these conditions before. We've always gone 2 hours later. But after the last couple of years and all the issues we've had, they've really wanted to make sure that it's A-OK. So everything's changed up, everything's shifted, and it's all go for a 2 hour earlier start. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, and good evening to you, JB. I understand it's quite dark over there right now, but yeah, still a tiny little bit of sunlight. The sun's gone down completely where I am in Middle America, but yeah, just the faintest little bit of sunlight still on the west coast, and I'm sure both the team's drivers and fans that are lining the circuit are going to be ever so happy for just that little bit of warmth before it starts to get freezing cold there in Las Vegas. And I think we're in for quite an interesting FP1 session, not so much for how it's going to affect the rest of the weekend, but more just so we can, get an idea perhaps of who's fast, who's going to be trying to, go for broke, if you like, because as I was saying earlier on, Lando Norris has to cruise the last couple of races, so he doesn't really need to be taking any risks at all, and Piastri and Verstappen are in the complete opposite boat. So yeah, very interesting to see what's going to happen over the next 3 days.
And it's going to be a very tight situation to get it all sorted, because we're here on a Thursday, then a Friday, then a Saturday race. It's a bit different. I know here in the UK we've ticked over to Friday. It's now 12:29 a.m. and joining me in the UK, it's Megan Birch. She's on her way into the commentary box shortly. But down in the pits is Ted Kravitz.
Rachel, Jensen and Anthony, and hello everybody from the pit lane, where for once I'm actually craving some of the warmth from the garage. Spare a thought for the very, very modest crowd. That's modest in numbers, maybe not modest in who they're going to be supporting. I can see Ferrari fans there, I can see McLaren fans, I can see some Red Bull fans. I'm sure that grandstand, Rachel, will fill up throughout the weekend. Aren't you? I'm sure it will. Anyway, let's have a look at Max Verstappen, whose task this weekend is absolutely simple. He needs to fill up on points to the maximum amount possible. Simple for him, and indeed for Oscar Piastri. They need the 25 points to reinvigorate their championship in one case, and the other try to get on terms with their teammate. But yeah, it's all looking quite straightforward for Red Bull so far. It's more or less the car with the upgrades that we saw from Monza. They learned so much in Brazil as to how not to set up the car, and I think they come here high on confidence. One notable attendee is Oliver Mintzlaff, the man from Red Bull Austria, the parent company, the man who signs the checks and who wants performance. He is here this weekend in attendance. So Red Bull expect. Let's see how this session goes for Max, and for that matter for Yuki as well.
Green light.
Out from Red Bull.
Yep, first one out for Red Bull. Green light is on. Thank you very much, Ted. The track is underway, and if you're watching us live on JB Motorsports 2, you're going to see the cars heading towards you. Hadjar, Gasly, Behrman and Ocon are going to be circulating out there, so watch down at turns 10, 11 and 12. Few of the cameras still buffering. They'll get that sorted shortly. But enjoy as the cars will be hurtling down towards you. Watch out as Hadjar's coming towards you down at turn 10 on our second channel with the coverage coming your way. Omi's with us as well. Good afternoon, Omi. Here we go again then, mate. This is going to be quite an interesting weekend. What are you going to be watching out for as the session goes on?
It's one of those events which are guaranteed to be good in terms of racing. The Vegas Strip that we have always is going to provide some form of action, some form of overtaking and drama down into the braking zone of 14, 15 and 16. So even with the situation we find ourselves with dirty air in this generation of car and it getting worse the more we progress through this year, this is one of the circuits where we arrive to knowing that there is going to be overtaking, and this circuit kind of just eliminates those issues to some degree, and we'll still get plenty of action. So it's nice heading to this type of race knowing that we are guaranteed for some good stuff to come in from start to finish.
Cars are going by you now. If you're watching down at the 10, 11 and 12, you just saw Hadjar and Gasly go past. So hopefully you enjoy the cameras as they flash by you throughout the weekend, and we'll work to get those other 3 cameras back operational. Megan Birch back with us as well. Good morning, Megan. It's cold, yes, in the UK. You've got the heater on. It is a bit nippy, isn't it, over here as well?
A bit?
Well, what's the air temperature for us here?
I'm starting to be thankful that we don't really have a lot of races during the winter months. And I'm feeling very bad for when they were in Australia.
It's 2 degrees, but the actual feeling of it is -3. So I kind of take your point. What are you thinking coming into this weekend then, Megan?
I honestly don't know what to expect.
Good weekend, crazy weekend?
I mean, I hope a little bit crazy, but also not too much, because we're all going to be tired.
That's a very good point. Where's the cards are out there on the circuit? What are you making of it so far as we get into the action?
Yeah, so just the first few cars coming out. It was interesting to hear from Ted and Liam Lawson already complaining on the radio that it's so slippery, and we were really thinking that would probably be the case going into the weekend. Not least of which because of all the rain that came down a couple of days ago. There were parts of the area of the paddock, I believe it was, that actually flooded. They were able to shift the water relatively quickly, but it certainly got everybody wondering whether there might be a possibility of rain this weekend. I believe it won't get as high as a 40% chance according to the weather report, so it seems unlikely, but yeah, the chance is still there.
The chance is still there. Las Vegas did have a couple of flash floods, but the heat of the Nevada desert meant that it had all dried out within a couple of hours of itself. But Megan, you're our meteorologist at the moment in the box as well. Chances of rain are still around, and well, if it floods during the Grand Prix, everyone's going to need to fly back out. Have you got your coat back yet from Rachel Brooks?
See.
Lovely. You're wearing the same coat, that's what I noticed.
Yeah, meaning I know exactly how much it was and where exactly she got it.
No doubt, yeah. Rachel's commentating right now on this session as Charles Leclerc is the first time on the board with a 1:41.328. Behrman is second, Hadjar third. Now Colapinto's gone second, Behrman third, Hadjar fourth, Tsunoda fifth, Gasly in sixth as they come across it at the moment as Anthony flies over the line to 1:47.321. We're expecting these times to crumble. Air temperature is at 14.1, track temperature 18.6. The problem is, Omi, with a track like this, you're going to find this out with Academy in a couple of hours' time. When you take over the lead commentary for their practice session, the track temperature is now plummeting as the sun has officially set 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what they'll be dealing with. So it is one of those sessions where for the rookies they're just trying to get used to the circuit, but we'll definitely have more of the interesting running later on in the day in FP2. The slight chance of rain, which we were mentioning, there is a chance when it comes to that as well, especially the Academy qualifying. That is where it is reaching peak in terms of the chance of rain. So if there is anything, it could come at that point and then leading us into the FP, leading us into straight after the sessions that will follow. So there's a high chance of rain today in terms of out of overall in the weekend. So we'll see whether that does come later on.
Watching Charles Leclerc down into turns 14, 15, 16. Wes got it a little bit wrong, which is surprising considering that he was the man who made the fantastic overtake a couple of years ago on Sergio Perez to take second position away. But it's just the lack of grip out there coming off from the Las Vegas Strip onto the purpose-built section that Formula One own.
Yeah, but that was after several laps of getting the tyres warm. now. I think he's maybe had about 3 at this point. So, yeah, lots of warming needing to be done, and then to maintain that heat in the tires as well. That's why qualifying tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting, because it's quite possible that the drivers will need 2, possibly 3 warm-up laps just to get the tires in the right place. And then, as I said before, maintaining that heat is going to be absolutely critical.
Megan, down towards turn 4, a couple of bumps. One for Gabriel Bortoletto bounced the car around, and Alexander Albon losing a bit of flooring. So Las Vegas street track already looking like it's got a couple of problems again?
I think so. I mean, I think definitely because it's a street track, it's going to always be a bit more chaotic and very bumpy.
Do you reckon we're going to be in a situation where we could see actual cars getting damaged? I mean, we've had proporcing in this regulation of cars as Lando swings around the outside of Piastri, coming out of turn 3 and 4 down towards turn 5. If you're watching on the turn 3 and 4 camera, you can see them just flying by. We're more looking at the runoff area, that part of the circuit, on our webcams that are available live on JBMotorsports 2. The link is in the description and the YouTube chat if you're wanting to watch the track action and listen to our coverage and have a side-by-side this weekend. You can do, as Bortoletto is up into 12th position. But yeah, the track's jumping up and down, isn't it?
Yeah, and it doesn't help that no street track is ever truly the same whenever you race on it, because you don't know what happens to the street throughout the year.
No, it is, and even day to day, this track changes time upon time, and it's going to be growing massively. Look at Norris.
That was a bit of a slide there, almost into the wall.
Coming out of turn 12 there, Wes. Norris almost going into the wall, just catching a little bit of oversteer. If you're watching him on the webcams, they'll be coming straight down. But yeah, Wes, this is quite tight.
It certainly is, yeah, and they're all going to be wanting to watch out for that corner in particular, just coming through, I believe, was it 14, 15 and 16, because, yeah, any tiny little bit of oversteer and they are going to be losing that right front wheel, and quite frankly, given the track temperatures, I would be quite frankly shocked if we don't see at least 2 or 3 cars in the barriers at various stages of this weekend.
Megan, one of those could very well be Lando Norris, who has not had historically the best of luck around this track. I mean, this cap that we've got somewhere lying around the commentary box somewhere, it might be in the house actually.
Either that or Nina stole it.
Yeah.
Last time I saw it, she was wearing it.
Yeah, if Nina has stolen it, then yeah, it's on the dining room table, I believe, as well. Yeah, it's a circuit which is getting quite interesting. Oh,
the outside of the circuit, briefly.
Limited viewing, of course.
The cameraman's been kicked out.
Yeah, we've literally got more angles than they did. At the moment, but yeah, looking good.
I think that right now, Oscar Piastri is crossing his fingers that his teammate doesn't finish the race.
If Lando doesn't finish, it could put Oscar right back in the title hunt by a couple of points, even by leading a point if he wins the race.
And I don't think Max Verstappen would complain.
Max could easily just dominate this weekend. That's another thing you got to think of. Max could just sweep this one away.
He does like this circuit.
He does. First winner here.
But this is unforgiving.
Yeah. Charles Leclerc's gone back to top. Lewis Hamilton with the sparkly helmet. Literally a diamond-encrusted livery this weekend. And just getting a slide. Wes coming out of turn 1 into 2. The rear stepping out on that Ferrari. Cold track or just the setup?
It could be a bit of both, to be honest. I mean, we're used to seeing Hamilton sliding his way through the first free practice session at quite a few tracks this weekend. So, yeah, he's never quite got to grips with that Ferrari this year, has he? So, I think he's looking forward to seeing the end of this rule set. Yeah, the cold track certainly isn't helping. Love his good new crash helmet for this weekend, by the way. Lovely and sparkly.
Another driver with a special driver helmet, which he's only using, I believe, in practice, not for the qualifying or the race, is Lando Norris. He's got sort of a papier-mâché style helmet.
Well, that's not going to be very effective in a crash.
That's what I was saying. It's celebrating his 150th Grand Prix in Formula 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
What do you think of it, Wes, as well? I think it looks a bit over the top. It's not very aerodynamic, I thought, when I was looking at it. Apparently, it's not going to be used all weekend.
I gotta say, it's an odd one to bring to Las Vegas of all places.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't really fit with the aesthetic. But yeah, that's him, isn't he? He's quirky to a fault. Is our Lando Norris.
That's exactly who he is, really. And look at now the driver's eye of Max Verstappen as he comes down the Las Vegas Strip. You can watch him on the JBMotorsports 2 trackside cameras provided by the wonderful Navarra. Well, just the county really, isn't it, as well, and the state as well coming into it. Omi, looking at you there, the track's still incredibly dusty as Verstappen second fastest, Gasly still top, 137.990, but the dust being kicked up's alarming me because everyone's giving the massive rear sliding at the back. It's going to take a while for this to get actually warmed up, and track temperature now 18.6, that's dropping.
It is dropping indeed. So it will take some time. It will eventually get there though, as it does in every single Las Vegas Grand Prix weekend we have had so far. So we'll get there, but for now the drivers, are just really, really struggling, and one of which, Ollie Behrman.
This is Ollie Behrman locking up, and the rear stepping out, Megan, down at the turn 789 complex at the Las Vegas Sphere.
I think it's just cold.
Yeah.
Everything's cold. They're cold, I'm cold. The world's cold right now, apart from in the southern hemisphere.
Oh, where's a lot of traffic down at turn 12. We've got Bortoleto, Leclerc, Sonoda, and Lawson all in one.
Yeah, and that's you don't expect to see that, do you? at this track, it's usually lovely and wide and quite a long one as well. So yeah, but it's that just tends to be what happens in Formula One. I hate to tell all of you this, but it's actually lovely and toasty here right now. It's about 12 degrees in Kansas City.
Yeah,
and,
lovely. We're freezing in the commentary box here. It's -2. Yeah.
Oh dear.
And it snowed today as well. It literally snowed.
I know my mum told me that. Yeah. My mum lives in Portsmouth, and she said it snowed down there today and yesterday. So.
Snowed too much. I think I've got a cold now.
Oh, well, you've come to the commentary box with slightly wet hair. That maybe was not the best idea.
I washed it like
Lando
3
Norris.
hours ago.
Your hair takes hours to dry. Lando
2.
Norris down at the 7-8 chicane, Omi. Again, doing the same as Ollie Behrman going wide.
Yep, out wide, and a little scamper over the road, and then back to running in this session, as Gasly has a little bit of a twitch there as he stands on the power. Fastest first sector for him, currently in 6th position for Gasly, who had a bit of a tussle here in 2023 with Esteban Ocon.
Oh, there goes Gasly.
Oh.
That's very nice. He's down at turn 12, locked the rears, spun it round without even having to turn the wheel. As on its axis, it's managed to turn around and got straight on there as well. But
he might get done for that though, because he did have a Sauber right behind him.
Yeah, and Wes just a little bit wide there for Gasly.
It was, yeah, and do you know, I was just about to say, as soon as Omi was done, I was about to say Pierre Gasly did extremely well last year, because he seemed to have almost a superhuman ability to get the tyres up to temperature in that Alpine, and I was wondering whether he might be able to do something similar this weekend, but that's not a great first sign, so...
Those of you watching down at turn 11 and 12 saw that live on your cameras via the JBMotorsports 2 angle as well.
He did
so,
say
there
earlier
you
he
go.
wanted someone to go off.
I did, and there's another brief yellow down there as well. We've now gone back to green. So those of you watching live on JBMotorsports 2, you saw that spin happen directly in front of you as Max Verstappen, a 136.493. He's gone fastest overall. I'm just checking that part of the track now as they come into it. There's signs coming around to go through. Go on, Wes.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I rewound it to have a look at Gasly going off on the cameras. It was a good view of it too. Very well placed camera.
And Omi, clip that, get that on TikTok because we can use that. As Carlos Sainz, what's happening here? Exit turn 2, he lets Franco Colapinto go by. and then continues on. So yes, JB Motorsports 2, if you want track cameras this weekend, we've got our commentary synced up, so you'll be hearing all our broadcasts simulcast this weekend. Normal coverage on JB Motorsports, track cameras on JB Motorsports 2. So go over there live all weekend across all of the sessions as well that are scheduled. Hamilton now on the inside line, he's 19th at the moment, checks over the barrier, going down at 14, 15 and 16. And then coming into the last corner of the kink at 17, up towards the line we go. And Lewis Hamilton keeps that barrier close, and it's 5th fastest on 37.216. Not a bad time, Wes.
Yeah, very, very good time. And we're seeing, I'm very impressed by Carlos Sainz, actually. He really managed to get the car hooked up well at this early stage. Charles Leclerc now going up into 3rd place. I wonder what Ferrari can do this weekend. They've been extremely unpredictable as far as whether or not they have speed in the car from one circuit to the next. Past years have been absolutely nothing to go by whatsoever. So, yeah, I just wonder whether or not they can hook up this weekend. I am expecting to see a lot from Mercedes, though. They seem to go very well at this track.
Mercedes, of course, lightened up last year with this man here, George Russell, pole position and the race victory. He was absolutely dominant. No one could touch him on the streets last year. Max Verstappen won the World Championship, but George Russell was remembered as dominating the Grand Prix. Mercedes enter here as favourites. I know Matt White from the Grid Network has already chosen Andrea Kimi Antonelli as his race winner this weekend and has put a 50p bet on. Let's hear from Isaac Hadjar.
Right, I have a stone flying around the cockpit. Now I don't know where it is, but it went under my leg and came back in the pedal.
Copy.
I think it's in the pedal.
Do you remember what I said about Kimi Raikkonen back in Australia in 2002? He went through the gravel trap with all that big accident that was caused by Barrichello going over the back of Ralf Schumacher, and then Felipe Massa being an absolute donut, not realising that there was an accident happening and he had to lift off and caused a big pile-up. Raikkonen went through the gravel and he got gravel launched right under his seat, and it was sat under his left butt cheek, and it was causing so much problems. The mechanics actually had to put their hands down and fish it out as well, and we showed that a couple of months ago.
I've seen that.
Yeah. But where's Behrman having problems, but as they come through, and this was Bortoleto. Back to you.
Yeah, that was the second time he's gone off at turn 7, Ollie Behrman, and Bortoleto with a very lazy trip across turn 7 as well. There, it didn't. I mean, it was a lockup, but it wasn't. Oh, and sorry, excuse me. This is a separate incident. He went down. We went off at turn 14, I believe that was as well. So yeah, Bortoleto not able to hook up the car just yet.
So those of you watching on the JB Motorsports 2 webcams would have seen him go straight on the circuit there. That's one of our parts of the track that are antagonised. So we've got it side by side with us up here in the commentary box. I think we might need that a bit bigger to zoom in and keep an eye on it all. But they look absolutely stunning to see the cars flying around out there. So hopefully you're all enjoying the red button access this weekend. Alexander Albon flying around the track now as Lance Stroll's gone 3rd on a 1:36.603, an impressive time up there as well. Albon swings into the penultimate corner over the line and moves up into 14th place.
I'm definitely sick.
I'm going to ask you to Hamilton 3rd, Leclerc still P5, he's over the line shortly. Omi, what do you think of Ferrari's chances this weekend? Mathematically, they should be the 2nd quickest team.
Yep, but it is Ferrari, so whatever is suggested mathematically can usually go in the opposite way. So we'll wait and see. Which side it'll go. Could it be all the way to the top? Could it be all the way down, having a stinker of a weekend as well? But right now, they are quick as the wall in this practice session as the sun continues to set around this Vegas circuit. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what Ferrari will be able to do, but it's always been this season a bit of an intrigue. Will they be good or will they be terrible?
That's always the way. Go on, Wes.
Yeah, I was going to say I was absolutely appalled this week by the comment from John Elkin trying to use the drivers as a scapegoat, pretty much, in order to try and shift the blame off of the team. And yeah, I don't know whether he thought that was going to work somehow in terms of negative reinforcement, but yeah, just very, very odd for somebody who's been in the business as long as him to make comments like that.
Yeah, John Elkin saying the drivers should do less talking and focus more on the racing.
Maybe he should get in the cockpit for a bit.
And see what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wes, it was, as you said, a controversial story. Weird for him to come out like this, but does he have a point? Is it not just the drivers, but also the fact that he should be saying the same about the team? Because all they do is say, oh no, we're fine, we're absolutely fine, there's nothing wrong. But Ferrari, fundamentally at the moment, are broken.
They are, yeah. And it's very difficult to say exactly where the problem is. It could just be a little bit here and a little bit there. But I definitely wouldn't lay the blame wholly at the drivers, particularly not Charles Leclerc. I think Charles Leclerc has been driving absolutely exceptionally this year. He just hasn't been able to do anything with the machinery he has. But yeah, it's definitely. I think it's a case of Elkin just trying to shift blame away from the team. It's most likely a case of upper management getting too much involved and just not letting the engineers do their thing. That's usually the case and how it goes. But yeah, without being a fly on the wall down at Maranello, it's hard to say.
As they continue on the attack, as we go through, Omi, what's your take on all this?
Just a team which is scrambled at the moment, and they are blaming probably the only good thing about that they've got.
Stroll's off turn 12, so he's got going again. I think he's gone off, so I'll take a look. There's Norris, so Stroll's next up. I'll take a look at the YouTube JBMotorsports 2 angle and showing all the access there. Does he go straight on? We'll wait to see. But the yellow flag was out briefly. I don't know if he's just, done a usual and come to a little bit of a stop. No, he's gone straight on. I've seen it on the chat. Yeah, there he goes. Goes straight on and loops it back around. Wes, back to you.
Yeah, there was also a quick replay of, I believe it was Piastri just brushing the wall as well. He got away with it, but yeah, it was a bit of a harder knock than he would have liked. Bit of a harder knock to come into it. That's certainly a way to go about it. But still, I think 9 times out of 10, it's a stronger performance out there to have an attack. But yeah, just quickly, Omi, what do you think about Ferrari's chances this weekend? Is Lewis Hamilton or Charles Leclerc in a position to get the motorsports going?
I think Hamilton definitely needs to recover and he needs to do well. So it'll be interesting to see how it's going to play out. Looking forward to watching Lewis at work. But Leclerc, as was mentioned, has been absolutely perfecting things. It has been really, really great to watch and see. But Hamilton will definitely try and get on his level very, very quickly.
And that is a touch of the wall for one of the McLarens. I couldn't see who it was. I think it was...
Actually, it was Norris, I believe.
Yeah,
I said Piastri earlier. I think it was Norris, actually.
Yeah, coming through and having an attack to go on. Apparently something's wrong with our YouTube channel of JBMotorsports.
I have just confirmed. There is truth to that as well. So, yeah.
We are live, I can tell you that right now. I'm witnessing that we're live on JBMotorsports.
Maybe it's whoever's problem is internet.
Well, no, because it's saying we can't access it either.
Yeah, but it's the same for me. Unfortunately, we are live. People can see it, but it's just not showing that our channel is live. So it's probably reducing half the people noticing we're live on this channel. It has the icon for JB Motorsports 2, but not for JB Motorsports some reason.
Okay, we'll see what that is. Let's get down to Zach Brown.
This is one of our stronger circuits, but it's early days. Obviously, the track's very green, so we'll see how we get on here. But I think this could be a tricky weekend.
Zach, it looks like you're playing around with downforce levels a little bit on Oscar's car. Obviously, last year you probably thought you were a little bit draggy to be racing the guys at the front. What do you actually look at now? You obviously have the data to look at. The driver's feedback is always tricky when a circuit is this dirty, isn't it? So is it difficult to get that balance, right, of which one is better?
Yeah, as you said, the track's not in great shape yet, so I think you're almost a little more data-driven than driver because the car won't feel that great regardless of condition. But yeah, trying to get the aero right. We weren't great here last year with that, so 2 different configurations to see which one's the best.
Zach, you and Andrea and the drivers have pretty much picked out this race as one that you weren't expecting to do. Just tell us why this is not a great track for you. You talked then just then about the aero. Can you sum up for us exactly what it is?
It's a low grip circuit. It's cold, so if you look at where our car seems to optimize itself is in higher deg, warmer temperatures. We weren't very good in Montreal this year, and this circuit has some similarities to that. So it's kind of track and weather specific.
All right, great. Thank you for the moment, Zach. We'll talk to you again across the weekend. Thank you.
Just want to say there does seem to be a glitch because as I'm signed in on the main JBMotorsports YouTube channel, I can't seem to get access to this video. But this is on the main JBMotorsports 1, by the way. If I swap to JB2, I can access it. So we are live on JBMotorsports 1. We are live on JBMotorsports 2. There just seems to be a small glitch in selecting the live video. Presumably that'll get sorted shortly.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. But yes, we are still live across both because I'm watching the live studio right now and I can see everyone's comments coming in. Nike Boy 09, thank you very much for telling me that information out there on the circuit. We are live across 2. Sonoda coming through. Wes, how much is this an important weekend for Yuki Tsunoda as well? Because there's sort of a direct competition now between him and Isaac Hadjar as to who's going to be in that second Red Bull seat next year.
Yeah, there is. There seems to have been a bit of a delay on the decision making because originally what we heard from Helmut Marko was that the decision will be made at the Mexican Grand Prix. Well, that deadline has come and gone, and we haven't heard anything just yet. So I don't know if maybe the decision has been made behind closed doors or whether they're giving you time. I don't think he's really done much of anything to prove that he deserves to stay in that car. As much as he is handicapped by the way that car is in the hands of seemingly anybody except Max. But yeah, I'd say there's an almost certain possibility that we'll be seeing Isaac Hadjar in that car next year. Whether or not Yuki will go back to Racing Bulls, which I do tend to doubt, or whether it will be Liam Lawson, remains to be seen.
Megan, who would you take in? Yuki Tsunoda or Isaac Hadjar into that second seat with any regulation to bear in mind?
I think whoever is given it will be given a very hard job. And I think keep Yuki in it for now. See if he can somehow adapt to it rather than flinging Isaac into it.
Or throwing him completely into the deep end sort of thing.
Yeah, because they can't keep doing this to everyone. I mean, it's not worked for multiple drivers now. The problem is not with them as drivers, it's with that team and their complete inability to actually make a functioning second car.
Functioning second car does seem to be a bit of an issue at the moment. Omi, what about you? Would you put Isaac in or would you put Yuki in for another year?
Give him a full, new cycle. Give him a full season prep to get ready and see how it goes. There's nothing that is suggesting that Hadjar could just go in there and do a better job. Results, okay, but it's just been the same story for years and years. It is time to be consistent for one more season, see how it goes, into a new regulation, possibly this is one where they're actually able to make a car that works for 2 drivers.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how it's going to work and play out, but we'll see how it's going to, but we're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm more for the choice of consistency, because we've been here, we've done it season after season, even mid-season we've had swaps. It's enough now. Just back one driver, give them the whole, you know, new regulation cycle, a new season build-up prep, and see what happens.
It's going to be that see what happens nature, isn't it, as well? And then we'll probably see 2 races in. I think I swapped out like Lawson did this year. Bit unfair.
I mean, if Lance Stroll gets to stay in the Aston Martin car, I think they should allow Yuki to stay in the Red Bull.
Yeah. We've opened up Lewis Hamilton, by the way. Charles Leclerc to Aston Martin. Not a bad shout, really. I've always thought if Leclerc doesn't want Ferrari, where else would he go? And Aston is a decent shout with an Adrian Newey car package. Brad's here saying that Yuki has to go. He's been in the Red Bull system too long. Sure, it's not as bad as what people make out.
Isn't he?
I beg to differ, but I'll let you out on that one.
You want to die on Brad?
Yeah. Do you want to die on that hill? I don't think so. Because
I don't think his father would want to.
I still say that you have to be an absolute buffoon to drive into a gravel trap when trying to get out from a mistake that you've already done.
Or when there's a traffic jam to somehow forget to brake and hit Danny Ricciardo.
That too. Hitting Danny Ricciardo really annoyed me in China.
I am still generally so confused at how he did that.
Go on, Wes.
The worst one this year has got to be the sprint race in Kota, and just coming from outside of the state of Texas to try and make that move on Ocon, and just getting it not even remotely close.
No, he came out way back.
Happens for Stroll at the beginning of the season.
Well,
he's gone past incompetent and is now in dangerous territory as far as I'm concerned.
It surprised me that, as Megan just said, Charles Leclerc, Lance Stroll, 6 points in Australia. So 8 points in Australia with a 6, 2 points in China with a 9th.
What happened?
Then in Great Britain, he in a wet race, 6 points for 7th. Hungary, 6 points for 7th. Netherlands, 6 points for 7th, and that's it. A few flashes of brilliance, and then gone the rest of the year.
Is it the upgrades?
What? There isn't really upgrades. Because I know there was a regulation.
Is it the lack of upgrades?
It's lack of brain, I think, half the time.
I'm just generally so confused. Did he change his breakfast diet or something?
Yes.
But
Yes.
you know, even Taki Inui had his good days.
That is usually when he's been hit by a car, but still, we go with that. Do you think we have got to the point where there's more terrible tracks than good tracks on the calendar?
I'd say...
Ooh, that's a thinker.
I'd say about 60-40.
Yeah, because I said I'd get rid of Saudi Arabia, I'd get rid of Miami, I'd get rid of Zandvoort, I'd get rid of Mexico, because that doesn't give us that great. Although it did this year, I'll admit it did this year.
Do you know what three I want to come back?
And I'd get rid of Qatar, and I'd get rid of Abu Dhabi.
Do you know what three I want to come back? The French, because it actually got good for the last 2 years.
Paul Ricard did get good the last 2 years.
The German.
That's always a cracker.
Yeah.
No matter what track is at.
I don't know
Hockenheim or Nürburgring.
I don't know why they took it off.
Yeah.
And it's because we haven't had this in a really long time. South Korea won.
Strange you mention about South Korea, because they are looking at bringing that back, aren't they, Wes? Go on.
I hope they do. It was a good race.
I will say it's extremely difficult to judge the merits of a racetrack when it's so hard to race these cars. I think the cars need to improve before we even start to consider what tracks need to stay and what ones need to go. Because even some of the best loved tracks by fans and drivers alike have had their very bad races. Suzuka this year, for instance, total ballpark, and yet that track is loved the world over. So yeah. I think the cars need to improve really. So
Yeah, Suzuka had a horrible race this year, as you mentioned.
What's a track they own nothing at?
Apparently Spa has become impossible to overtake at. Spa did need a little bit of energy, although I think the wet weather kind of screwed that up this year because it was for the grip away just for the start of the race. If it was a wet race, it would have been exciting. Belgium, yeah, that's what I said. Belgium, don't think it happens, and that race is going off the calendar for a couple of years.
Azerbaijan.
Baku's, yeah.
Most of that was false starts.
Yeah, Baku took a start a while. Vegas actually grows on you quite good. I'm going to
Nothing happened after lap 19.
Oh, and Oscar Piastri, first lap out the pits, having a few setup changes. Omi just having a little bit of a slide, and Fernando Alonso down at turn 14, also outbraking himself. The track's still very green.
It is very green indeed. So we are seeing mistakes coming from drivers and some moments momentarily on the circuit. Albon in 7th. But yes, very interesting. Very interesting practice session continues. But yeah, we are at that phase where, as Wes was mentioning, a lot of good circuits are just not being able to deliver good action from Formula One side. Put any other series there, it's brilliant.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Have just had their time. And also, I'm loving the new Williams livery.
Williams this weekend have gone for a stealth black livery. It's for the third livery in 5 races for them. So there you go.
They're getting out of the way.
A couple of teams going for new liveries here this weekend as they're coming into it. I'm worried about the 2026 battery stuff because it sounds fake, Brad's saying as well. And about 26 as well. Paradox 80 Music, nice to see you again, my friend. Honda may have the best power unit for 2026. And that is going to go to that of... Oh, where are we? Aston Martin, yeah. Yeah, you're right, Wes, yeah.
Oh, yay. Honda go to Fernando Alonso yet again.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to say goodbye to him next year then.
Well, he said that if the 2026 regulations the first year...
It's Honda, of course it will be back.
Says don't do much, I'll be going. So next year might be the last year for Fernando Alonso in Formula 1.
And yet
they
again...
don't have a GP2 engine there.
That's also true.
Why is it always Honda?
10 years ago.
Go on, one second.
I was going to say, did you know that was 10 years ago that happened?
10 years.
It's still Honda Gorge.
Yeah.
It's just insane, isn't it?
It's mental.
The only time I allow Honda to actually be good is in MotoGP.
I thought that would be the case coming into it. Honest to God, usually is, as it come across. 21 minutes to go then in this session. And if you're watching along with us on JB Motorsports, don't forget you can click the link in the YouTube live chat and the description and go over to JB Motorsports 2, where all weekend long we're going to have the security trackside cameras in operation, so you can actually see the cars out there. We've got cameras at turns 3 and 4 straight, turn 10, turn 11 and 12, turn 13 on the strip, turn 14, and turns 15, 16 and 17 as well. So we have access to cameras out there. We'll be simulcasting our commentary over the 2 channels for all sessions as well, and it will be live throughout the day. So even after we go off air here on JB1, JB2 will still go, and it will be in action throughout the day, so you can see what's happening out on the circuit during the scheduled track time, which is 6 hours in length. You were nodding.
I was nodding. I was just thinking about why haven't they shown the sphere?
Haven't seen much of the sphere actually at the moment. It's been around there a little bit. Try not to tread on some of the sphere topics because we're going to have Omi talking about that shortly. I can just see Jackson Lambrose is hanging around in the background as well. I don't know if he's got a mic on or not, but hi mate, hopefully we'll see you on the weekend. He does. Hello Jackson. Hello mate, how you doing? You doing well?
Doing phenomenal. This is my home race, so wanted to come in and say hello for a little bit. It might be around as well for FP2, but I've been caught up in work, realized we were in the tail end of things already for FP1. A lot of the car chaser crew actually sticking around after Supernats last week. David Land, Drayton Knowles, I know a couple guys sticking around. So cool to see in my neck of the woods. Unfortunately, not able to work it out this year with other plans this weekend, but hopefully we'll be able to make it happen at some point.
Yeah, I'm glad you managed to get on as well, because I was going to DM you as well and say about the race, but I know you've got really busy this weekend with all the other scheduled stuff. But you were just out there, weren't you, in Vegas not too long ago for the end of your championships?
It is weird for me to try and sell to you guys that the careers of half of this grid in Formula One was established in the Rio parking lot about 2 blocks away from where this circuit is. But the combination of Rock Cup USA's event Rock Vegas, as well as SCUSA's Super Nationals, has been kind of the big Super Bowl event of karting since the turn of the century. And you look at, actually, Kart Chaser did a phenomenal post on this, but we've seen a lot of guys come in and race. We've actually seen a lot of drivers as well come back and race at Felipe Massa, Will Power, even Michael Schumacher in 2009. So very, very cool event. Just missed it this last week, but constant advocate for karting at the pro level. If you guys ever are bored with the big car stuff, come down and watch it. Genuinely some of the most thrilling stuff. The most bare form of motorsport.
If you go to Jackson's Instagram, he's posted a couple of clips as well, and I was watching them thinking, my God, that's some good racing that was out there. Lewis Hamilton, if you're watching on JBMotorsports 2, at the turn 11 and 12 webcam has just gone straight on and looped it back around and has kept going again, so that brought out a brief yellow flag.
Do you know what I was just thinking about? And I know this is completely unethical to do in a race car, but I just want them to do that just like outside of a race weekend, just to see what would happen. Just put one type of each tyre in each section of the tyres and just have like 4 different compounds.
I'd like to see that.
That's a speed run for meeting God, Meg.
Yeah. That is literally death. Although then again, we've had a mixed tyre compound before, haven't we? What was it? Bottas went out.
I think it'll be interesting, and if MotoGP can mix their tyres, then I'm sure F1 will survive this.
Okay, that's an interesting debate. I'll open up. Go on, Jackson. What do you think?
I'll say this: if we do it not corner by corner, if we're not doing 4 different compounds, but if we do it different between the fronts and the rears, we could be getting something there. A little softer on the rear for some extra traction, maybe.
I'd quite like that.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that idea. Maybe you'd go harder on the rear so you don't overheat when you light them up, but go softer at the front for a little bit of extra bite. I'm not totally against that, Meg.
I quite like that, actually. Yeah. I mean, they do it in MotoGP and it works fine. It's just managing the tyres.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Okay.
Because I was watching an advert and it had 2 cars going by, F1 cars obviously, and I saw they were both mediums. It's like, what if you just had different ones?
Just going to see a replay here on our monitor of Lewis Hamilton off at turn 11 and 12. Just turns in. The rear's going to step out on him, and off he goes. Front lock up as well, the front right. Okay, Omi, I'll start with you here. We've got Qatar coming up next week. We're limited to 25 laps on every single compound we do. Why don't we just use that weekend as a trial, as Megan has said, to put different tyre compounds, front and back tyre? Because it's already limited no matter what you go on.
Might make the Grand Prix a little bit more interesting. Yeah, I guess it may give us something more to talk about as well. Of course, you've got the championship battle, but we've already talked about this generation of car and some of the struggles. So, yeah, could spice things up, could give us something to look out for. And, yeah, realistically, the 2023 Grand Prix, when we had to do the 3 stops, it had a lot going on in the pit lane, but not a lot on the circuit. So it's a bit like, you know, something to spice it up would be good if we are actually doing things. So, yeah, could be a good idea.
Still don't think I've stopped running from that day. It's quite a lot.
I think it might actually help with, like, locking up, because then...
The brake bias difference. Yeah.
It will kind of like, it will do either one of 2 things. It will either relieve the tension from locking up a little bit, or it will just ensure that, for example, if you have a medium front and a hard rear tyre, and your rear's lock, then it's basically just gone down to a medium, so then you just leveled out.
It makes perfect sense, Wes, doesn't it? And yet they don't do it. And yet I remember back in the day, we used to have the ability to put soft front on the front and then rear at the back. Because you used to have the qualifying tyres, didn't you, back in the 80s? You could set a set of Ds on the front, set of Cs on the rear.
Yeah, there was obviously a lot less regulations that, as Norris goes straight on.
Yep, that's down at turn 11 and 12, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no harm done for Norris, but at least he's testing the limits of what the track can do at the moment. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, I think it is an interesting idea with a lot of merit and potential, but I think F1 was a lot more willing to experiment, I think, back a couple of years ago, because Max Verstappen was sewing up the championship so early, whereas now we're definitely being handicapped in that respect by the fact that the championship is so tight and so interesting. And of course, the F1 fans are all too happy to cry the word gimmick out at the first opportunity. So the FIA probably aren't going to want to do that.
Jackson, what do you think then? First of all, we just saw Norris Golf getting distracted by one of the Red Bulls out there. Do you reckon we possibly should go to that option of moving around tyres? But also, your thoughts on Pirelli still not solving their tyres for Qatar?
I can work a couple angles on why we shouldn't. I think first of all, you still want to have things be as level ground as possible. The last thing you want to do is potentially have someone get something really figured out really quick and give them an advantage. We saw that with Williams back in '92 with the active suspension. But getting certain things dialed in that quickly, I think you also want to avoid getting yourself into forcing yourself into a Qatar kind of scenario, or I guess if we're getting extreme, like an Indy 2004 kind of scenario, or 2005 scenario, excuse me, where you've got guys trying weird compounds, and it gives more of a gray area where things could potentially be untested. So I think that would make things difficult. I think Qatar, it says more about the track to me.
Norris
as
again.
We see another issue there for Lando Norris, Josh, excuse me.
Second time down at turn 12, straight on. So that's multiple braking issues, and the part of the track he crashed at back in 2023. So yellow out again. We'll see, into presumably a lock-up again. Carry on, Jackson, back to you.
Yeah, wrapping up that point really quick. We look at how Qatar Losail was even built. It wasn't a car racing complex by trade. Was built to be a motorbike racing track, and we've kind of been trying to make this square peg fit in this round hole for the past couple of years now. World Endurance Championship as well. I think it's the curbing, it's the constant lateral load. The size of these tires don't help as well. With these 18-inch rims, you're putting a lot of load on these Pirellis. So I think it's just pray that it works for the time being, and then see what you can do in 26. Maybe go to a slightly smaller rim, give a little bit more of that load on the compound.
The left-hand toggle could help there as well.
It's good to challenge the braking zone, but now they're literally having to tell Lando, look, just change the braking zone, otherwise you're going to crash the car. He's got back ahead of Piastri now. Lando's backed out the lap. Piastri started the lap time, coming towards you on the circuit shortly.
Oscar must be really crossing his fingers right now.
Yeah, he's crossing everything right now on the circuit. It's getting quite a bit ridiculous. So as there goes Lando on Oscar past the turn 3-4 part of the JBMotorsports 2 camera angles. Piastri's backed out the lap time as well, Megan.
He's got Lando behind him.
Yeah, and Albon, Antonelli, Verstappen, Sainz, Lawson, all on that little slipstream. Hamilton, Hadjar, Bortoletto, and Tsunoda's coming to turn 12. Still with 10 minutes to go in this session. For those of you listening in on JBMotorsports 2, this is the standings as it is, with Leclerc fastest, 1:34.802. Tsunoda is second, Verstappen third, Russell fourth, Antonelli is fifth, Hamilton sixth, Gasly seventh, Stroll eighth, Behrman ninth, Ocon has the top 10, then it's Sainz 11th, Hülkenberg 12th, Albon 13th, Piastri 14th, Bortoletto 15th, Lawson 16th, Norris in 17th, Colapinto 18th, Alonso 19th, and Hadjar has 20th position. And I suppose Jackson as well. It's just a question of rubbering this track in, because you've been to Las Vegas. How cold does it actually get at night? Because the track temperature is now 18 degrees. Air temperature's dropping now at 14.1, but it gets really cold quite quickly.
I got really lucky when I was there for Rock. I mean, high 80s in the day, and then kind of low 60s. That's Fahrenheit for those who are from a country that haven't landed on the moon. You guys can convert that to Celsius. But I mean, this past weekend for Supernats, it got really gnarly. That was more because of the rain, and I think that's really more of the concern for a lot of these guys on track is the rain has really washed away any potential rubber on this track, whether it's been laid down by these kinds of machinery or by road cars, and that kind of very much makes it equal ground. But absolutely, this time of the year can get very, very cold. You got to remember, yeah, it's the West Coast, and we're known for high temperatures, but we're still in a desert. It can get very, very low in temperatures out there, especially at this time of day when we're pushing, towards 8 p.m. later on, but about 59 degrees ambient right now. Chance of rain tomorrow, but looking for about mid-60s, I believe, for race night.
It's going to be quite good as they've moved the race start up about 2 hours as well, but only not good for us. We've got F1 Academy up shortly after this. What are you thinking we're going to see in that first session? They only get one practice and it's a championship deciding weekend.
Yeah, 9 points in it between Pan and Verg. We'll give you more of the information on that when it comes to their session. But yes, they are next up on the circuit, and they can't take it nice and chill like what a lot of the teams and drivers can do here. They've only got one session, as you quite critically mentioned.
This is the championship finale weekend. We're live on JB Motorsports for all of the action from that one as well. Megan's got news.
Do you know how here it currently feels like -2?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to feel like in the box tomorrow.
-4. As
5.
-5. Oh, great. We're going to freeze to death tomorrow. As we've just had Piastri jump up into 5th position on our timing tower as well on a 1:35.460. Albon's done a 1:34.968. He's gone second fastest. Norris now P5, 1:35.258. As well, Wes, McLaren getting back up there, but they currently the 4th fastest team.
Yeah, they seem to be pacing themselves at the moment. I mean, at this early stage, considering the time that FP1 is on, there's really no point in showing your hand too early. We don't think, for instance, that Yuki Tsunoda is faster than Max Verstappen at the moment. So you can't gauge really too much from this, but I think McLaren do have a lot of things they're trying to get to grips with, though. So, yeah, FP2, I think, is going to be the really interesting one, because that's where we're going to see some of the long-run pace.
Yep, and as they come into it,
Bortoletto's infringement for the yellow will be investigated after the session.
Saw that coming.
In about 7 minutes.
Yeah, not long at all. And we'll have practice starts. Megs, after this, we'll let you go, and we'll have you back tomorrow in practice 3. You can take the rest of the night off and go to bed. I think you need that, unless you want to be here for practice 2. It's up to you.
Do you have other people?
Literally, Wes, Omi, and Jackson are going to be here for practice.
You'll be fine.
Yes, you go to sleep.
You're in capable hands.
If you're getting a cold, I'd rather you.
Yeah, true. Yeah, especially given the fact that I was in here for like 2 hours yesterday, and my friend who was with me, because we were doing our podcast in here, can attest. I was shivering the entirety of the time, despite the heater being on.
Amateurs.
But it's really weird. When I was doing my podcast, I stopped shivering when I was actually speaking, because I was like, okay, I'm doing a commentary. That's how I kept imagining it, and I just stopped shivering. And
you're fine. Yeah.
But as soon as I pressed pause on the thing, I started shivering again.
Well, I'd just like to point out one thing about this. We had MotoGP last week, and Nina was here, and you were here.
I was sat where Nina was sat. It's cold.
Nina was sat in a big puffer jacket, which is big, massive, a bit like what I'm wearing now, with a hood up. You had your usual coat on.
I didn't have this on yesterday either.
I was stood here just in a shirt. I was perfectly warm. I was loving life. I'm fine now, actually, as well. I've acclimatised.
Yeah, but you were really, really warm.
I am.
Which is very good for winter.
I'm like a Silurian. It's fine.
15 Celsius, the current track temp. Just FYI.
Blimey. So, Jackson,
I missed it when it was.
Give that as it in Fahrenheit as well. How bad is that going to be for the Pirelli tyres? Because it's looking gnarly.
It's winter testing temps. I'll say that. I mean, there's a reason guys are going onto the softs early. You want something with as much bite as early on as possible, so you can kind of test the waters of how bad is this going to be, right? So not shocking that we've seen everybody kind of open up on these, and once we get into FP2, track's going to be rubbered in a little bit more. I think certainly not going to cool down. We've got a yellow here on exit of
Mercedes.
12.
It was
one of the
Behrman.
Mercedes.
Yeah, Russell and Behrman went on. Go on, back to you. Oh.
Yeah, quick wrap up. It's not surprising that we've got everybody on the softs. I don't think it's going to be super bad. Once we got into like the high 40s in orange, we look at the first running of this race, we were almost closer to 8 or 9 degrees Celsius come race time, but we had that much later in the day. Here's what happened with Oliver Behrman. Quick correction there to get it into the runoff. And Josh, we see this in IndyCar as well. You've got to make that immediate decision of, do I try and make this corner work, or do I immediately abort and go off into the runoff? Any in between, I'm in the barrier.
It is an IndyCar style circuit with how fast it is. The aluminium skid block on Alexander Albon explodes coming out the start-finish straight. It is very an IndyCar style circuit, the sort of 90-degree point and squirt circuit that we have. Very much St. Petersburg, I'd say, it reminds me of myself.
The floors on these cars are dragging all the time. I've just seen Oscar Piastri, and I saw his flooring, and it wasn't sparking up, but it was dragging along the
Look at Gabe right
track.
here.
Yeah.
Look at Verstappen right here.
He's got the same thing. Sparks flying everywhere down to turn 15. I'm not liking the look of this, to be fair. It's a few more bumps out there, Wes, than we had in previous years.
Yeah, it's hard to say what happened to the track in the 12 months since we were last here. But yeah, given everything we've heard about certain cars not being able to run as close to the ground as they optimally would want to, Ferrari being a prime example of that, it does really go to show what a battle and a real tightrope the teams are having to walk between not running too low and not running too high.
And it seems that they're going to have to adjust that ride height going into practice 2 later. There is the Las Vegas Sphere. Sonoda's already come into the pit lane, so he'll be done for the day. He'll go in, take another practice start, and hopefully we'll get lights out soon. A lot of traffic coming into turn 9. Go on, Jackson.
Quick emphasis on what Wes said, because this start-finish straight for where they actually have it, the Grand Prix Plaza, that's now full-time storage for basically all of these barriers and fences you're seeing here. And that was originally paved, I believe, in 21 or 22, but cars are sitting there year-round, and that's slowly settling in the pavement, and it's what's causing these little bumps. And in a normal road car, you'd notice it maybe a little bit, but in how fine the suspension is, how short the travel is on these F1 cars, it's very, very noticeable, and the sparks are letting you know. And everything else, I mean, it's the most street circuit of a street circuit you're going to get here with these bumps.
It's absolutely perfection. But yeah, I know what you mean. It gives us the little bit of a street circuit bump. It gives us the little bit of nuance that we like to see. As this is down the Las Vegas Strip. Liam Lawson locking up, going straight on down at turn 14, 15, 16 runoff area at camera on GB2. Just having a little bit of a moment. Just underneath Wes, locking up and dragged again. It caught fire a little bit of a traction, and nicely 360'd. There's a lock up down the Sphere. Alexander Albon is P2. Okay, Omi, back to you quickly. Is that competitive for Williams being 2nd and 5th? Is that realistic at their pace? Because we've seen them quite often here on a Friday. They go really well.
They really, really do Williams as well. I guess FP2 will definitely have something to say, but I think they could definitely have a good weekend, but how good, I guess, depends on how the rest of the teams stack up. But things are still yet to change. Teams are still yet to go quicker.
Checkered flag is out. The session is over here for free practice 1 of the Las Vegas Grand Prix of 2025. Liam Lawson is the first driver to take that checkered flag. They'll do their practice start. Shoulders! Albon locks up big time straight on down at turn 12. And there's plenty of runoff down there, but even he can't swing that round. Has to reverse out there, Wes. And yeah, that just trail braked in.
Yeah, I think he was going for broke, trying to end this session on top, quite literally. And huge amount of rubber. I couldn't tell whether it was coming off of the track or off of his tire, but yeah, huge amount of rubber went absolutely everywhere with that lockup. So yeah, he was really going for it.
To see you now on JB2, Jackson, just straight on. Now, we've seen drivers have accidents there, i.e. Lando Norris. If you have a big smash up there, it risks hospitalisation because of how close the barriers are at the exit, because it's such a narrow funnel effect.
Right. Not a fan of the lack of tire barriers on the exit there, although there is a comfortable size of, I mean, there's a lot of space at the end of there. We're talking about the Vegas Strip, so about 6 road lanes there available to the drivers, but nothing really to slow you down if you're using all of that real estate, so definitely scary. I think a lot of these guys, Omi might have a better attest to this with his junior formula stuff. I'm reckoning these guys are really working on the cooling vents for the brakes, since we've got such high speed, since the track is so cool, trying to narrow down that cooling, maximize that top speed, and maybe that struggle is why we're seeing so many, you know, have issues on the brakes right now.
Do you know, I'm really glad that my next page available is a completely blank page, because I feel like I'm going to fill in a lot for the race on Sunday.
This is going to be one of those days.
So, look, that was Mexico and Brazil.
Yeah, change over to a brand new page for Vegas.
Vegas.
It's probably going to be needed.
I might go on to page 2.
Yeah, Omi, talking about that, how difficult is it going to be for the F1 Academy girls out there, because you're going to come in now with smaller tyres, a bit larger brakes, but you've got to try and keep the temperature into them. And that's going to be really difficult in the next 45-minute session, the only one they get. So you said they're going to hit the ground running, but is it a case of that we're going to literally see a bit more lockups, a bit more crashes maybe, because there's so much more narrower grip and less contact patch on the ground?
Yeah, I think definitely expect mistakes, definitely maybe a crash or two as well. You've also got to counter in driver experience levels, but it's going to be a very intriguing session. There will definitely be quite a lot going on. We've had plenty of news that has come in, so it's going to be quite a hectic session as well, and we're looking forward for that to come right after this.
Yep, and it's coming up straight after. Go on, Wes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's worth saying they're going to be on the rev limiters quite a bit here, because although the F1 cars can get up to 210, 215 miles an hour down the main back straight on the strip here, the Formula 4 cars top out at 150, so yeah, they'll get up pretty quickly.
As the results then, it's Charles Leclerc fastest in the first practice session of the weekend on a 1:34.802. Alexander Albon is second, Yuki Tsunoda third, Max Verstappen fourth, Carlos Sainz fifth, Lando Norris in sixth, Isaac Hadjar seventh, Oscar Piastri eighth, George Russell is ninth, and Kimi Antonelli goes in 10th position. Lewis Hamilton is 11th with Pierre Gasly in 12th, Liam Lawson 13th, Fernando Alonso 14th, Lance Stroll 15th, Oliver Behrman 16th, Esteban Ocon 17th, Nico Hülkenberg is 18th, Gabriel Bortoleto 19th, and Franco Colapinto goes in to 20th position. Those of you on JB Motorsports 2, this is where our commentary is going to leave you. We'll continue on JB Motorsports for the action. We'll be back with F1 Academy in around about 20 minutes' time. We'll be back shortly, but hope you enjoyed Practice 1, where Charles Leclerc is on top.
To crown an F1 Academy champion, we have arrived at the final hurdle of our 2025 season, in Season 3 of this great category. We are getting ready for the championship battle between Dorian Pan and Maya Verg. In the commentary box, I'm Omi, delighted to be with you, and Wes is alongside me all weekend long. And Wes, here we go. It's about to get very exciting. Pan versus Verg. They've been glued together all season, and now it's time for them to put it all on the line to battle it out at our first visit to Las Vegas.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's been a absolutely huge gap between Singapore and now. So we'll have plenty to catch you up on over the course of not just this session, but also the rest of the weekend. And we've had a few announcements, particularly just today, in fact. So yeah, a lot of great stuff this weekend for F1 Academy. The championship is going to be extremely exciting. At the moment, the gap is just 9 points between Pa and Verg. And the gap is so close, that means that the championship mathematically cannot be decided in race 1, which means it will definitely go down to the wire on Sunday, Grand Prix Sunday.
Yep, there is no chance of it being decided on Saturday. Saturday could go a long way in deciding the title in Dorian Pan's favour, but it cannot be decided. We are guaranteed a finale on Sunday. Dorian Pan is on 151 points. Maya Verg is on 142. Wes was mentioning about the announcements. We'll have all of that coming your way very shortly with the one and only practice session that F1 Academy will get. 40 minutes coming your way right now. And then there were two. After 6 rounds and 12 races, it is time for the F1 Academy Championship to be decided. Dorian Pan versus Maya Verg is separated by only 9 points, and it's our first visit to Las Vegas, and it's the first time that F1 Academy sees a title battle go down to the final race. It is great to have your company wherever you might be watching from in the world, and we get ready to go racing around this 6.2 kilometer circuit, 3.8 miles, 13 laps coming your way across both races this weekend, 17 turns in total and 16.4 meters of elevation change as well. It is going to really be one party across this weekend for F1 Academy to bring a close to Season 3. The Vegas Strip awaits these cars in full action. We're getting all set and ready to get this session all going. We've already got a green light, and we are immediately going to be seeing them out there on the circuit. In the commentary box, my name is Omi, and alongside me is Wes. And Wes, here we go then, an F4 level series out there on the circuit and making their way down the Vegas Strip. This is absolutely wild.
It is unbelievable, yeah. When you think of the sort of speeds that F1 cars can get up down here, something in the range of 210, 215 miles an hour, it really makes you wonder just how loud it's going to be for these F4 cars, which top out at about 150 miles an hour. They're going to be, they have the least amount of downforce they can possibly have. It's going to be interesting for the qualifying session a little later on this evening. There's a lot that we have to go over the course of not only this session, but also the ones to come, as we're on board with one of our newer drivers at the moment, Rachel Robertson, who is standing in for the unfortunately still injured Ava Antoniadis. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Rachel can do over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, And she is not alone. We've also got Peyton Vescott with us as well. She's our wild card. We'll talk more about that in a second. But also with us is JB, who is in the pit lane. Now, JB, you've been in and out with F1 Academy, covering so many different series, but you're back with us for the entire weekend in the pit lane role. Quite a good idea, because with these cars, we're probably going to be going full wide down the Vegas Strip. So it's good to know we've got an extra option in case myself and Wes's voices aren't alive after race number 1.
You said that mine's going to be alive after calling a qualifying session where it could rain and calling all the drama that we're going to have going into Grand Prix Sunday for Formula 1. It's going to be very exciting and very energetic. Yeah, good evening, guys. Welcome. Well, what are we going to witness? Dorian Pan is on 151. Maya Vuk is on 142. It's pretty much, as Wes said earlier, going down to the wire. At race 2, it's going to be a cracker, and what a place to do it at. This is what Susie Wolf was on about. Bring F1 Academy to circuits that you wouldn't normally race at. Take it outside of Europe, put it back into the international setting, and Vegas is a brilliant place to put on a show for women's motorsports and all of the championship battles. What has been fantastic all season long, and it's been a great place to do a bit of launching of 2026 and showing to the future and showcasing some brilliant new sponsorships. I know, Omi, you're going to get into over the next 35 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've also introduced a few new things for you as well. On the second channel, you can go and take a look at 9 different webcams as well. You'll still have our commentary over the background of it, what you're hearing right now. But if you would like to see what's been going on out there on the circuit, we've got a full day stream of it. So you would have also, if you were watching a few minutes ago, you would have been able to see the F1 Academy cars actually head out onto the circuit as well. So make sure you go and look over on that stream. And the cars are in the pit lane. Well, let's get into it then. We've had such a long break away. If we go back to Singapore quickly, and we need to, of course, reference it, and we need to mention it. It was a crazy last lap. Maya Berg with a bold, brave and brilliant move on slick compound of tyres on a wet circuit, on a damp circuit. She made the move on the very last lap of the race to clear Dorian Pan and make it so Pan didn't increase her advantage, and instead Berg gained on her, making this an even more closer fight heading into this round.
Yeah, it was a real statement of intent, wasn't it? And Maya Berg has had definitely the lion's share of speed and aggression of the two. In fact, I was going over their results this year, and it's interesting actually how she's been consistent, Dorian Pan, but she hasn't really had all that many high finishes, at least compared to Maya Berg. In fact, the majority of her wins this year have come in the race 1, which of course offers fewer points. In fact, she's only won one full points race 2 the whole year, and that was all the way back in round 1 in China. So yeah, she definitely has the lead of the championship through consistency almost alone. And Maya Berg really, it's the Canadian round that let her down. She only scored 8 points that whole weekend. So yeah, she's definitely fast, Maya Berg, but Dorian Pan is relying on consistency. So we'll have to wait and see what tactics they employ in this final round here at Las Vegas.
Dorian Pan has not taken a pole position this season at all. She's been in the top 5 in every single qualifying, but she has not taken a pole. Something that Maya Berg has managed 3 times and has managed in the last 2 rounds. So later on today, if she is able to take pole, it would be 3 in a row. That is something that Chloe Chambers did earlier on this season as well. So Dorian Pan has been very consistent, and as Wes mentioned, it was the Canada round that cost Berg because she had issues, and due to car issues that round, it was a terrible round to have it because you had 2 full points races in terms of the big points that you get, the same as F1, the 25 for the win, the 18 for second, the 15 for third. We had that point system. We had 2 races that weekend that had that. And then, of course, we had the usual reverse grid as well, due to, of course, the cancellation that we had in Miami. So if there was a weekend for there to not be an issue, it was that round, and that was the round where Verg has had the problem. So she's had to go in and chase this. Now, we are going to be saying goodbye to a few drivers at the end of this round, including Pan and Verg, your title contenders, but also Chloe Chambers, Tina Houseman, Leah Block, who we're on board with if you are synced up with us at the moment, Chloe Chong as well, and the final driver, Aurelia Nobles. They all cannot physically participate. There is a chance that a few other drivers may not be back with us next year, but those are the confirmed ones because they cannot stay with us due to the 2-season rule. As Leah Blocks locks up, that perfectly brings us into Wes. There's been a bit of news that we've had that has come in over this little break period that we have had, where drivers now can actually be granted a 3rd season. Now, myself and you were discussing through messages on that news, and I think we both didn't really agree to it. And there were a few reasons behind why we didn't actually agree to it.
Yeah, so we're all given to understand that the point of F1 Academy is to advertise the existence of female drivers with a particular emphasis on the ultra talented ones, which is great. That becomes a problem, however, when you start to keep them in place in this championship and not let them move on to either to other F4 series or let them advance up the ladder through regional and hopefully F3 and beyond. And it seems to me, at least, that decision has been taken largely due to brand recognition reasons, because obviously F1 Academy, if you watched the TV show on Netflix this year, you might have noticed that they didn't focus on every single one of the drivers. They only focused on particular faces, and that seems to be what is really driving it. The fact that a lot of the quicker girls are, recognizable, they're likable, and this championship really just wants to keep hold of them, I think, for an extra year. And it just stinks a bit of corporatization to me rather than sporting integrity.
Yeah, yellow flags up, by the way, momentarily, as we continue discussing over this topic. But yeah, not the best news, because what we want to see is we want to see the drivers progress up. JB, you've got some information for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to shove my 4 pen on this one as well. I don't agree with it either, because the whole point of W Series, why it failed, was because they couldn't get drivers up the field. They couldn't get Jamie Chadwick out. That's why she became a 3-time champion. Alice Powell along the sides. And here we've had Marta Garcia go on and do a couple. Here's a replay. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like it was Leah Block, Wes, if you want to quickly talk us through this one. Now, this caught out lots of F1 drivers as we throw it into turn number 12, just before the Vegas strip. So she actually made the corner that time by. So I don't think it was the proper cause for the yellows. This might be, though, a bit later on.
It was,
so there we go. She went by.
Yeah, it was very shaky going down into turn 12 there. Just a bit of a lock-up in the end for Block, and she was able to make the corner, which can't be said, unfortunately, for Nina Gardeman, who went off and had to turn the car around. Also, just to plug JB Motorsports 2, you can probably see the cars go off there on the camera. There is a camera down turn 12, so yeah, if you can, go and check it out.
JB, I'll let you continue with your point that you were making there.
I did see that on JB Motorsports too, actually, down on the 10, 11 and 12 camera we've got down there. So it's very handy, these cameras this weekend. And I'm spotting them all go through. I presume you boys have got them up as well. It's such a brilliant access we've got this weekend. So if you want to have live cameras, JB2 is the place to go. Not often we get trackside cameras for when we're not actually trackside. So Vegas is very special for that. And it took us a couple of hours to set it all up as well. But Yeah, I just want to say, it's the main reason the W Series failed, wasn't it? Was the fact that they had to keeping the same drivers in because they couldn't get them out to other series. Marta Garcia's gone on. Okay, she has done reasonably well, but been sort of forced out of single-seaters now. We also know that we've got Jamie Chadwick, who's now fully gone down the endurance route with the European Le Mans Series after trying and winning a race in the Indy Lights Series, which will become Indy Next. But for Abby Pulling, a semi-successful series in GB3, but that's it. And I think with Academy still being in its early days, they need to shove out the drivers that are champions much quicker into fully funded seats, but also a bit of cross-promotion, because as I'm sure you boys know, having covered GB3, there's no F1 Academy stickers on Abby's car. There's no... She sort of goes, whoosh, out you go with the championship, forgotten all to go. If you want to get promotion in, you want to get this revenue in, put the F1 Academy stickers on the GB3 car. Put them on your champions.
Yeah.
Sponsor them a bit going. Get that cross-promotion going, because I'm going to have to be quiet now for an interview.
So, blind. So it's going to be a tricky track and definitely not easy to put everything together, but it's the same for everyone, and no one has been there, so that's the advantage that hopefully we will take during the weekend. Some rain maybe in qualifying on Thursday, so let's see how it goes, but I always like rain, so doesn't matter for me.
There we go. Nice to hear from Dorian Pan. But yes, completely agree. As Dorian Pan gets very close to the wall, I have to say, as well as she enters now the Vegas Strip. But yeah, it's specifically for drivers who show a bit of promise. But in my opinion, if the drivers show promise, then they should be moving up to an F4 series. You've got plenty of them waiting as well in Italian. You have plenty of female drivers in Italian F4, one of which, Peyton Vescott, who is our wildcard. She's come from the Italian F4 series. So we want to see the drivers, if they need to progress onto an F4 series, and then hopefully to the regional level, then hopefully to F3, F2, and we'll hopefully end up with someone in Formula 1. So that was a bit of the negative side of things. But on the same day, in the same hour, in the same minute, we also got the announcement that, Wes, we've got all Formula 1 teams that are locked in for a multi-year deal of supporting these drivers, which is absolutely fantastic news. All 10 teams will have their liveries for years and years to come, but also, we also do have the inclusion of Cadillac in that. So they'll also be joining the party when it comes to 2027. So they won't be here next year, but they will be in 2027.
Yeah, that's right. They're letting Cadillac, come to grips with their own F1 team in 2026, which is understandable. Then Cadillac will be backing the driver in F1 for the year. So yeah, great to have them aboard.
Yeah, absolutely, as well. So that is some fantastic news that came in. A few drivers are already confirmed, by the way, for 2026. We said we'd mention those. Lisa Billard, who was our wildcard driver, a very impressive wildcard driver at Singapore. I think the best one one of the best drivers we've ever had. Gatorman was also very good last year when we got her, and we've had so many good wildcards, and Billard was one of them. She'll be with ART next season. Ella Lloyd will be with Rodin Motorsport and a McLaren-backed entry as well. Now, we'll talk about Ella's and McLaren's in a moment, but we've got Ella Stevens there as well. She's part of Rodin. Yellow flags are out, by the way, so we'll quickly see what that is about before I continue running through that list. We're just going slightly quicker than Palmowski. That's by 0.04 of a second, but it is the second sector and it is the third sector where it was flying momentarily. Back to the green flags now, but Ella Stevens is backed by McLaren, but the entry is not supported. But she will be with the Rodin Motorsport and F1 Academy. So will Kosterman. She will be driving the Lego liveried car. So she's got their backing, and we've got Ferreira and Alicia Palmowski continuing with Racing Bulls and Red Bull respectively. They'll be continuing on next year. So the yellow flags have been on and off and on and off, but the lap time is about to come to a close for one of the title contenders, the chasing title contender. Pan goes quickest of all at 2:09 9.435. Her response, Maya Verg's got a response, that's P3, JB.
I think I saw someone come off at turn 12 again, rejoining the circuit from the opposite direction. We'll double check. We've got a yellow flag somewhere. Now, yep, car gone straight on down at turn 12. It's blue, so I think it would be one of the Red Bull liveries. Can't tell such a small angle, but we have a car off down there at turn 12.
Hope people get some replays because the yellow flags are spamming on and off and on and off at the moment. Go on,
like
Wes.
Leah Block to me. Yeah, I just zoomed in on the camera, and I could be wrong, but I think it was Leah Block.
Could be the Williams back driver, one of the drivers who we mentioned, who is ending a time. Great to see her, by the way. Getting a bit of a chat with James Vowles. We saw some photos put out on social media of that one final race together, and it's been such a long partnership. Alba Larson coming over the line. She's a Ferrari development driver, no confirmed seat for F1 Academy next year, but that is also some news that broke before the Netherlands round. That was earlier on in this season. Alicia Palmovsky going quickest of all in the middle part of the lap. JB, you've got some information for us.
Yeah, Ella Lloyd just went off down at turn 12, I can tell you as well. Just went straight on and came back on very dangerously, almost hitting another driver, which I couldn't see, had the back to me because I was watching Ella, but Ella just went off down there, locked up on the front brake, same as what we're seeing in F1, guys.
Yeah, and we expected it to a greater extent, Wes, and I think that's exactly what we're getting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting a number of great shots on the cameras, and we're about to get a replay now. This is Rafaela Ferreira going off there at I believe that's 10:14. Ferreira actually is coming off of the back of a win in her native Brazil. She was actually there over the course of the weekend in the Brazilian F4 support race, and she managed to win race 2. So yeah, that'll be a nice little confidence boost for her.
It will, and it was great to see F1 Academy doing a few social media posts on that. But yeah, that was a great moment to have a driver excel on an F1 weekend, not in F1 Academy, but outside. And yes, it was really, really great to watch and see that take place. We've got just under 20 minutes to go of the session at the moment in time. Wes, let's look at the calendar now. There's a weird thing about this. It's confirmed but not confirmed. It's a very weird way to think about it. It's not been confirmed by F1 Academy. It has been confirmed by the FIA, basically, is the way I'm going to put it. It's been completely approved by the FIA. We've got an official calendar. They've said yes to the dates, etc., etc. I want to highlight, first of all, and most importantly, Silverstone. F1 Academy will be heading to Silverstone from next year onwards. Now, first of all, can I just say, it will be a crazy weekend. We've got an F1 sprint there, we've got F2, F3, and then we've got F1 Academy. So it will be an absolutely mega weekend at Silverstone. It will be very, very busy, and it's going to be very exciting. But I think that definitely has to be one of the highlights when it comes to next year's calendar that we've received.
Yes, absolutely, and yeah, it was quite odd. There was no official announcement, as you said. It just showed up on the FIA website briefly. It was long enough for us in the to be able to see it. In fact, it's on a website that I helped edit called racingcalendar.net, which you should all go and check out. The calendar is up there, so if you're wondering where you can find it, the other notable or missing one is Miami, which has been switched out for Circuit of the Americas. So there's going to be a back-to-back with COTA and Las Vegas. But other than that, the calendar, and Silverstone, as you mentioned, other than that, the calendar remains the same.
It is. Okay, another flurry of laps have come in. This time it's Verga ahead of, it is Pan ahead of Verga, I should say, by 0.05 of a second, half a tenth, the gap separating them. So they're already getting themselves into some quick laps, and this could be a battle that rages all the way on to the qualification session later on. But looking at a wider picture of this entire year, Wes. It has been some year of F1 Academy. We had, of course, 23. I think everyone saw on the highlights it was quite crazy. We did have cars flying, we had plenty of great racing going on, we had drag races to the line at Monza, it was wild. 2024 we got into the Abbey pulling domination year, and no reverse grids meant that that we didn't really get much racing, and it was a lot of domination. Ella Lloyd, by the way, rejoining unsafely. That is what JB mentioned earlier, so well done to him. That is now, that is basically going to be noted, so we'll wait if an investigation does come in for that. But yes, going back to my point, we had no reverse grid races, we had a dominant driver in the name of Abby Pulling. We didn't actually get a lot of the exciting racing last year, and then this year it has been absolutely wide open as Verg takes it as closest to the wall without hitting it.
Yeah, she power slid through turn 14 there on the way down to the final sequence of corners. But she managed to go purple in that middle sector, so yeah, clearly she's doing something right. But yeah, it's great to see both, although this is just the practice session, of course, but it's great to see the two championship contenders so close to each other at the top. But yeah, I agree. This has definitely been my favorite year of the 3 years we've had so far in F1 Academy in this very young series. And it's definitely been largely due to the number of different winners we've had. Of course, we've had wins from Tom Murphy, the rookie this year. There's been Larson. Chambers looked as though she was going to be able to mount the championship challenge, but sadly faded away. And yeah, a lot of the drivers that are going to be coming back for a second year, they'll have a lot to prove, particularly the woman on screen right now, Ella Lloyd, who is getting a huge amount of backing from McLaren. She's got so much backing. They've employed 2 more drivers who have the same name as first name as her. So that being Ella Stevens, who we mentioned earlier, we will see on the grid next year, and also another Ella who has a very familiar surname, that of Ella Hakkinen, who has 1 more year of karting to complete before she'll be old enough to enter the championship. But yeah, to be able to see names Hakkinen and McLaren together again is definitely some really pure nostalgia to warm your heart.
We've got to bring JB on this. We've mentioned Hakkinen, haven't we? And we've mentioned some stuff that I'm sure he's talked about a lot in the past. Yes.
Mika Hakkinen, my first world champion, 98-99. Well, I'd just like to point out, I remember Ella being yay high, just tiny. So to see her now as a racing driver, I now feel very, very, very old. But yeah, I also remember his sister in the garage at McLaren, standing next to his wife a considerable amount of times. It's weird. It's weird. But then again, I'm expecting great things from Ella Hakkinen. I really am. And Ella Lloyd. And the other Ella. All 3 Ellas.
Yeah, Ella Stevens, actually, she is another prodigy of Alice Powell. So, of course, we all know how she was able to guide Abby Pulling to that fantastic championship last season. And Ella Stevens was setting the timing sheets alight at the testing session that F1 Academy had about a month ago. So, yeah, Ella Stevens is very, very quick one.
I want to throw you under the bus here because I think we should bring up the Formula E women's test that we had and how well former drivers did, including current drivers. I mean, Bianca Bustamante impressed, Abby Pulling definitely impressed, Jamie Chadwick from W Series impressed. I think future looks bright as well, as we try to get a female driver back into Formula E.
Yeah, and Chloe Chambers, well, topped the timing. She was absolutely fantastic. Someone needs to sign her up Wes, I think, I'm not sure whether you were able to see the testing results of how the drivers managed, but Chloe Chambers was absolutely flying. The amount of attention she got on her at the end of that session was absolutely fantastic. I think Formula E teams will be really looking at her in specific, because that was a great performance to be ahead of all of the other talents that were lining that test.
Oh yeah, Chloe Chambers has covered herself in glory in the last couple of years. I think she largely went under the radar in the single season she had in W Series, but then a couple of years ago she joined the Formula Regional Oceania Championship in New Zealand and managed to come away from that winter series with a win. And it wasn't a win that fell into her lap either. It was, she went out and she won that race. So yeah, she's a very, very quick, very impressive driver. She does lack consistency at times, but yeah, she's very, very hard working, and the team could do a lot worse in Formula E. On the subject of that, of course, Formula E, created by Alejandro Agag, and his other series, Extreme E, is notable, of course, for having each car and each team by regulation needing to have one male and one female driver. And I've always wondered whether something like that might be a possibility for Formula E one day, when there are more when there are more female drivers in a sort of mainstream.
Funny you should mention that, actually, because Jack Pickering asked Alexandra Gag, asked Jeff Dodds the same question about would a junior Formula E work, an FE2 or an FE squared, if you will, which is a name that we sort of punned up with during our testing coverage in Valencia. And there seems to be a current rumour going around that they've got a yellow sector 1. There could be... Oh, I'm going to stop joking.
Chloe Chambers!
Yeah.
Chambers finds the barrier. Huge disappointment for now. A driver who can't contend for the title. She is in the battle for P3 in the points battle, but she's gone straight on into the wall, and that is at turn number 1. Such a disappointment to bring out our opening red flag of the Las Vegas weekend, and that is such a disappointment for the home favourite Chloe Chambers in the wall, Wes.
Does that technically count as commentators? Because I was singing her praises just now, and she's gone and stuffed it in the barriers. But yeah, that one will hurt, especially with such limited testing. Although we've of course done the large majority of this session, so she has some miles under her belt. Let's have a look at it here on the replay. Oh, and it's a suspension failure. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, that was not her fault at all.
Yeah, we thought it was quite different when we first look at it, but no, it completely goes. And JB, that's a weird one.
Just want to pick up what we were talking about in practice 1 for Formula 1 about an hour ago. The bumps. Jackson Lambros mentioned how that part of the track, the F1 strip section that they purchased and built, it's housing all the cars that are used around the circuit for the entire year, and all of the Armco barriers. It's all in that area. So the track is bumpier there because of the weight distribution. I just wonder if that load coming out of the last corner then onto the bumps has been enough to just break the suspension, because that was quite sudden for that to happen, and there was no indication of it. And crucially as well, Wes, it's before the braking zone. So I don't know if that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But yeah, I think that's a bump issue.
It could be, yeah. Given that it's on the right-hand side of the car as well, it's possible she might have tapped one of the walls at some point, and that led to it. I think if it does turn out to be bumps, we'll probably see it happen to somebody else, and then there will be a lot of head scratching that needs to be done in that case. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. We are so late in the practice session, though. It's likely the next time we see it, if we do see it, will be in qualifying.
Here we go again. just gonna completely go. Just completely goes, and then it's a one-way ticket straight into the barrier. That is such a shame.
Yeah, and that will frighten the life out of a driver as well, because they obviously the steering is they consider a part of themselves. You know, they are a fundamental part of the car. So losing your ability to steer like that at such a tricky section, yeah, that will knock her confidence back quite a bit.
I can't remember what I was talking about, just before the red flag came up. Ah, yes, okay, the Formula E. Yeah, so the Formula E squared, they would be using the current Gen 3 cars that get discarded at the end of the season to make a junior Formula. So the current Gen 3 cars would then become the support cars, and that could be one male, one female driver mandatory. That's currently one of the discussions that are going around. By the way, if you are watching on JB Motorsports 2, by the way, guys, this is fantastic as we look at this. We look at the Las Vegas Strip on our TV pictures. I was just looking at Turn 14 Strip. I just watched the police have to stop a bar fight. It's absolutely hilarious watching that happen live on our cameras here. So get over to JB Motorsports 2, reverse bar fight. It was absolutely hilarious.
If you recognise anybody on the cameras as well, be sure to leave a comment. Say, that's my mate.
I think one of them was Terry Crews.
Oh, fantastic. One thing I will say is I'm unfortunately receiving some not good news from the circuit. Unfortunately, it seems like down there at Las Vegas they decided to stop showing the F1 Academy session and instead put on the F1 Principals talk, which is quite a shame, which is quite disappointing from them as well. Such a big circuit, so everyone needs all the screens there. So yeah, not good, not good. But I guess they're not missing out on anything at the moment specifically. We've got 5 minutes to go on the clock. We will only probably be able to get out there for the practice starts. Will be so important. And JB, I want to quickly go to you. We were commentating the Canada practice session, if you remember, earlier on this season. We complained so much about how the practice session was completely useless because of the dust and everything. So for once, actually, very rare that we've actually had the F1 session done and then we've given the chance to F1 Academy straight after. So F1 Academy is going on after the F1 practice. So it means they've got the circuit rubbered in a little bit more and they're not the first ones out for their only 40 minutes.
It's going to be great data for them going into qualifying later where they are once again the second cars out on the circuit. But the only negative is that on Sunday, they are the first cars out on track. So for race 1, this data that they're gathering now is incredibly useful. But for race 2 on Sunday, which is going to be the title decider, it's going to be a giant leap into the unknown because this track changes day after day because they open it up back up to the public. And it's a bit like Monaco. It just gets swept, but it's worse. Monaco, the worst thing you're going to have is champagne on the front. Here, you've got the Nevada desert dust. It just blows in. It goes everywhere. You've got oil. You've got different types of compounds of tyres, road-going cars. It's a nightmare. So on Sunday, we're going to see these girls struggle. But Saturday, the data they're getting now and in qualifying is going to be invaluable. They're going to be flying with it come the race 1.
Yeah, and race 1, of course, will be racing at around this time. With race 2, by the way, it will be similar to what we had in the F1 session, where we'll actually be racing into the sunset. So we'll have a sunset and a bit of a goodbye to the F1 Academy season and the championship finale. But yes, that is the one where the big points are on the line. That is the one which is going to be so challenging as well. There is Abby pulling on screen momentarily, watching on. We've got plenty who are down there as well. Now, I want to quickly, in the final minutes, go back to our wildcard this weekend, Peyton Vesco. Definitely someone you should get behind. In last year, she was selected as the Champions Future Academy program. She was selected for that. She's been doing the Formula Winter Series this year. She's been doing Italian F4 and E4 as well. Many class podiums and wins when it has come to that in specific, and she was also quite quick in the first ever F1 Academy rookies test that we did She was very, very fast in that, finishing 3rd overall, but she was top of certain sessions across that test. So she's a very talented driver and a very, very quick driver. And actually, Wes, when we picked up the microphone for Italian F4 earlier on at the start of the year, we actually did probably mention in our preview that, to be fair, we expect Peyton Vescott to eventually be in F1 Academy, maybe even this year as a wild card. And look what, and guess what, it's happened.
Yep, yeah, I definitely called that. With of course, having two events in the United States, it was probably a foregone conclusion. Of course, Ava Dobson, who we're also expecting to see next season, was the wild card for Miami. And of course, as we said earlier, there's going to be 2 events in 2026 as well for F1 Academy. So it's definitely F1 Academy is trying to make a name for itself in the States. There was a couple of American drivers in that test that you mentioned as well. So yeah, it's the future's definitely looking bright for the US female drivers.
Session will resume at 39 past, so that should be any second now. As we're about to get the green light,
Not much point. they can't get around in time to do a fast lap.
All eyes on the practice start, I guess, and the last bit of mileage. To be fair, 40 minutes go by so quickly. I mean, it's quite wild. They don't really get too much time. Luckily, it's not a disrupted session. If it was, then I think that wouldn't probably be the best idea.
How much coffee have you had? 40 minutes goes by so quickly. It's 2:39 a.m. here, and I'm tired.
Well, I mean, I have done Macau over the last week,
Sure.
so probably that's got me used to it.
That's where I went. You boys did brilliantly, by the way, with Macau, from what I saw of it, because I went away with my girlfriend, and we had no Wi-Fi and no mobile data, so it was really difficult to get work done, and I saw barely anything, and yeah, it was a bit stressful. But you boys, from what I did see, did absolutely beautifully with it as well, and I actually said as well to Nina that you two did it pitch perfect the entire day, so well done, hats off.
It was definitely Macau itself made it very easy for us. I have to say, I wouldn't have liked it if it was the season previous where we were bombarded with rain and red flags non-stop like you guys had.
Yeah,
but, very very enjoyable weekend.
The one I don't do. Here's the good one. The one I don't do.
Yeah, brilliant. I know the timings, of course, are always quite bad for everyone in the UK. Sky Sports, by the way, will be showing highlights of the GT, F4 and Formula Regional tomorrow as well as filler content throughout the day. If anyone hasn't been able to watch it and wants to catch up on what took place in a highlights version, they'll have the best clips from practice, qualifying and the 2 races that took place for all of the World Cups. But for F1 Academy, that is the checkered flag flying, will have the practice starts and such important valuable data now coming the way for the teams and drivers. The only chance they get, they will be into qualifying later on. And Wes, for Verg and for Pan, it is the qualifyings of their life. For any drivers who don't have a secure future, qualifyings of their life as well, it is so important. The 30 minutes, the half hour that we are going to be getting coming up later on, where the drivers will need to push, even if they've taken it a little bit calm to start off with, to get used to the circuit. It will be full push as Nobles locks up into the fast turn, continues on, but it will be full attack later on for the half hour, which of course if we do get any cars going into the barriers, we will be getting the session stopped, unlike practice. So it can be quite a disrupted session, as we normally do get in Las Vegas, but qualifying's wide open, and for now we're going to run you through the practice results. Dorian Pan has the advantage in the championship battle. She's got the advantage on the timing board as well. She's ahead of her rival for the title, Maya Verg, who is in second. Chloe Chambers, well, late suspension damage in the session. She finished in third. Then it was Larson. Palmorski, who's confirmed for next year, to back with Red Bull. Then it was Hausman, Lloyd, Gadaman, Ferreira, and Chloe Chong completing our top 10 on the timing board. 11th was home favourite Leah Block, a late block up for Noble. She was in 12th. Our wildcard driver Peyton Westcott in 13th. Felbermeyer, Robertson in place for Iva Anagnostiades. She was in 15th. Then it was Crone, Giconte, and Nicole Havrada who finished in P18 as she tries to bounce back after a double retirement at Singapore. Well, JB, we've journeyed our way to the end of the practice session, and now it is all competitive sessions from this point onwards.
It really is, and typical for Dorian Patton and Marvok to be 1 and 2. That's just teeing up a perfect qualifying and a perfect weekend for racing. A good session, valuable session going into the racing for tomorrow. I'm very excited to see what we could see.
It's going to be very exciting. Wes?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought there was a question coming. Yeah, it's absolutely, it's going to be very exciting. Hopefully we hear a bit more from Chloe Chambers about the nature of the crash she had, because that's very, very concerning if JB's theory is correct, and that's due to the bumpy nature of the track. Yeah, focusing on the championship for a second. It means so much to us, to the viewers at home, to everybody within F1 Academy, that it seems to be as close as it is between the two title contenders already at this early stage of the weekend.
Okay, well, we've got just over an hour to go until Formula 1 practice, just under 3 hours until we are back for F1 Academy qualifying. Of course, you can go over to the JB Motorsports 2 stream, where you'll be able to keep an eye on the webcams in between these sessions as we continue to build up to Formula 1 practice. But from the main channel, we're going to say goodbye. We'll be back later on in under 3 hours' time for the most important qualifying for some of the drivers that they have had in their life. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
It's the second practice session for the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix. The rain has started to fall as the night has fallen here in the Nevada desert. Welcome to round 22 of the Formula One season. Few mic troubles there. Hello everybody, welcome to practice number 2 then, as we're about to head out onto the circuit. The track conditions have changed dramatically. Track temperature now 16.7, as well air temperature 13.8. The rain just starting to fall. If you're watching us live on JB Motorsports, just a reminder that you can click to JB Motorsports 2 and watch track cameras action throughout this weekend. I get across on all of the action. Small drops of rain out there on the circuit at the moment, so we'll see what's going to happen. But Wes is alongside me with Omi, and Jackson Lambros hopefully going to make his way into the booth soon. But Wes, a strong first session for Charles Leclerc, but it really is, I think, Williams is the biggest surprises. They were really strong with 2nd and 5th.
Yeah, they seem to take turns from one week to another, whether or not they'll be above where we expect them to be or below where we expect them to be. And yeah, so far it's hard to draw conclusions from FP1, but so far they seem to be very much on top of things.
And Omi coming into this one as well, the team who didn't look to be on it, and that is definitely going to be McLaren. Off the pace in the first session. Arguably, you can say the track conditions were a root cause of it, but they're going to have to improve massively now coming into this afternoon. But we've got a damp track, so it's a bit of an irrelevant session.
Yeah, and it's leaving us in a bit of a mess. We had practice 1 that is already an irrelevant session. It's, okay, move on to FP2. FP2, if it's going to be damp, if it's going to cause issues, bit irrelevant. Then we're moving into FP3, and then, you know, you've got to make something of it. You've got to make something of it getting to that point. And if you're McLaren, you cannot afford this. You cannot afford to be having yourself all the way at the back. Piastri specifically needs to be on it from the off. He needs to be ahead of Norris. He needs to be beating Norris. It is so important that he does so, because if not, then really it is Norris just continuing to pull away.
And Wes, how important is this going to be with the session being on and off, as Omi's been talking about? That qualifying to be that just a little bit more unpredictable, and that makes the racing more unpredictable.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, unlike last time out, this is a very, very different track surface. We're not bathed in the warm glow of Interlagos. We're in the very, very cold temperatures of early winter Las Vegas. So it's going to be, if anything, more akin to Turkey in 2020. If any of you listening might remember that, it took the drivers forever to get to grips with that, and they were sliding all over the place. So yeah, we could be in for a bit of an interesting session.
This is going to be quite an entertaining run. Be sure to stay tuned and stay wherever you are. And on that note, it looks like the Sky TV feed has had a momentary lapse of judgment. Hopefully it comes back to us shortly as well. But we are gearing up for all of the action here from the session. So let's head back down and join Rachel Brooks, who gives us all the information going in to this session. We'll hear from Crofty as well. He's going to be up in the booth.
In the morning, final practice, Saturday morning, late Friday night if you like, midnight 15. Qualifying from 3 a.m. on Saturday morning, and the race 4 a.m. lights out. Will be on air from 2:30 with all the build-up to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri has a lot of work to do. 24 points behind his teammate in the championship. In commentary, it's David Croft.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Las Vegas. It's the second free practice session for round 22 of the FIA Formula One World Championship. It's our third and final stop in the United States of America, and what a place to come. The Las Vegas Strip has been hosting Formula One races on and off since the 1980s as well. This marks the 6th time we go racing on this fantastic streets. What are we going to witness? Around 50 laps, elevation change a bit flat, 16.4 meters in total. A couple of DRS zones to contend with out there on the circuit, 2 of them. Pirelli bringing tyre compounds C3, C4 and C5, with the rear left being the hardest tyre to grapple with. It's going to be a very dramatic session. Intermediates and wets are on standbys for this one as well, as we can tell the rain is just spitting at the moment. I'm Joshua Birch. Alongside me in the commentary box is Wes, Naomi and Jackson on his way in as well. And well, Wes, it's raining in Las Vegas. Truly anything can happen here in Formula One. It usually has, but it's unusual to see rain coming into it. That is a little bit of a surprise. A little bit more of a surprise is that we didn't see it on the radar. It shouldn't have come in this soon. Just a couple of spots, but that's enough to put dampeners on this weekend when we didn't need it.
Apologies there, turn my mic on. Yeah, it's definitely odd for this time of year. I think Jackson will probably agree with me when we go down to him, but yeah, it's very uncommon, and for the drivers at least, it's not the sight they wanted to see, because it's turned now from a slippery track into something of an ice rink, because the tire temperatures are just absolutely going to plummet, especially down the long straights. Anytime that they're not weaving or turning, and the tire temperatures will drop. And so, yeah, they're going to have to be careful, particularly when they start to go on to the harder rubber in order to do their long runs for this session.
Let's find out. Jackson Lambros is with us for second practice. Jackson, welcome. Yeah, this is going to be quite an entertaining one. Welcome and back to the booth.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to add on to Wes, Henry Beaudet this past weekend at Super Nats, which was dubbed the Soggy Nats, with how much it was downpouring torrentially, gave it the nickname of joke the British drivers felt right at home with the weather. Let's say that. But it was certainly challenging for them, and that has led to a very big challenge for them. Love that helmet from Albon. But no, we talk about this kind of being an equalizer. Not necessarily the rain, because I think we do have favorites in those conditions, but just how low the track temp is, and when you have a track with zero grip, everybody battling for tire temperature, that kind of levels the field here. So getting very, very cool out on track here, just about to hit 8 p.m. local time, but with how much everybody is going to be experimenting with different pressures, different compounds, dare I say, going to start to heat up here, Josh.
Ted's down in the pits with all the latest.
Looked out of the window of our commentary box, and there you were. Excellent. Well, the good news is that it has pretty much eased up, and certainly if I come out from the overhang of the pit building, the only non-temporary part of this circuit, more or less, I'm not feeling the pitter-patter of Nevadan rain on my bonds, which is probably quite good. The downside is that all the drivers think it's raining, so they're not going to go out. Look, where is Lando Norris, I ask?
Where's Lando
Norris? Well, he's
Norris?
not in his car. He's at the back of the garage putting his new green and having a little kiss with his dad. Isn't that lovely? So wholesome whenever Adam Norris turns up. And I think Adam Norris has just turned up, because I haven't seen him so far this weekend. So with the new crash helmet designed by an artist friend of Lando's, where on the road that's going around the sort of green meadows, such as the lusciousness of his championship lead at the moment, are lots of little characterizations of important people in Lando's racing life. Yes, when you get close up, Crofty, it is very, very cool. Going at 230 miles an hour down the Las Vegas Strip, you'd be hard-pressed to catch it. But it's all good. You can see all the details, I'm sure, online. Already in the car is Oscar Piastri. A weird kind of session for McLaren. And I can tell you, the last thing I can tell you from down here is that it looks like the wing that took to the dentist drill and had the middle bit carved out of it is not in favor. Look at that rear wing. That is the straight across rear wing of Monza. And both Piastri and Norris were on the podium in Monza, so they've decided that that rear wing with the lower drag was not the way they want to continue the weekend. Intriguing. I'll follow it up throughout this pre-practice 2 hours.
Cheers, Ted. Well, looking at Alpine with Pierre Gasly, they've too gone for a similar wing setup as well, so that's going to be quite a factor to hold in. Jackson, let's just talk about you. You were in Vegas. This is your home race, of course, coming into it as well. You were there just a few weeks ago. What's the nightlife like, the preparation for Formula One as well? Is it like been slowly building? Are we happy that Formula One's here?
We've gotten a it's been very similar to Long Beach. We've gotten a similar kind of taste of that, but obviously it kind of ups the scale. You're carrying so much more distance, obviously. I'll say this for Vegas, for anyone in Europe who hasn't gone, hard to find a place that doesn't smell of cigarettes and alcohol. If that's your kind of jam, then you're gonna feel right at home. But no, nightlife always bumping. I was there Halloween weekend, and I feel like I couldn't walk around the strip without bumping into someone's shoulders. So absolutely a huge nightlife. I know some of our chat members here who are in Miami know that Vegas is almost like Miami, cranked up to 1,000,000. I'll say this. After the first running of this race in 23, it was very much a mixed bag. Initial reception through the roof, right? Excited to see racing in the West Coast. The bleacher prices and just getting there to the weekend, I think, was too high. And then obviously the logistical nightmares, signs throwing up the drain cover. Not a great political look for this track, trying to lock itself in. Fortunately for them, they've crowned a champion here. The racing has been phenomenal here, and we had a really smooth running, obviously, last year, at least compared to the first time by. So I think at this point, generally very happy to see Formula One come to town. And it is something that matches the glitz and glamour of Vegas. Reason why F1 chose this corner of America to call it home.
Yeah, I said it earlier on. I think Vegas should be the season finale. In all honesty, I think it's got such a atmosphere about it. It just works, doesn't it? Let's go to Vegas. It's a great circuit, fast flowing. You can overtake, and let's crown a champion here. It sounds brilliant to me. Wes, you're over there on the stage. You've seen the best of both, the European season finale, Middle East season finale, South Asia season finale. Wes, what do you think as well? Does Vegas suit the season finale vibe? And then Jackson, I'm going to throw back to you in a minute with another question about should Abu Dhabi retain that season finale? So we'll go to Wes first.
As far as Abu Dhabi, definitely not. I mean, it's fine. That's probably the best I can say about Abu Dhabi. I definitely think Las Vegas as a track does suit modern F1. I'm not sure it could have worked back in the day exactly, but yeah, as far as modern F1 goes, it's kind of got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. When Singapore was just starting to get going, and the idea of a night race was still a novelty, F1 kind of embraced that, and now this is kind of the end result of that. I feel like Las Vegas. I think the only thing that needs to happen to Vegas is it needs to get cheaper. It needs to be more accessible to the average racing fan. But yeah, other than that, I feel like aesthetically it does work.
Jackson?
Something should be said about Long Beach's success when you've got fans coming out from Nevada because the Vegas Grand Prix was too expensive. I think they've done a phenomenal job in recent years in making that a tad more accessible. But I mean, Formula One prices are Formula prices. We've got a car on track, ladies and gentlemen. Alpine being the first to test the waters. We'll wrap this up really quickly, though. I think, unfortunately, as much as I love Abu Dhabi aesthetically, if it wasn't for the drama of 2021 and the sheer fact that it's been the finale for so long, it is a track that does not have a lot going for it. I think the renovations have helped, but I do not think it's been enough to make it worthy of the season finale. I've already given you the 10 different reasons that make this track interesting. The temperatures. Wes did a great job touching up what makes this track good for wheel to wheel. This is, in every sense of the word, a wild card track. It is, you go into each weekend having a good idea of who's strong, but we're seeing some guys here, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli. I mean, I'm looking at Nico Hulkenberg, and with enough chaos that we've seen in this track, what's to say we couldn't see Steak Sauber on the podium at some point? Anything can happen in Vegas. That's the beauty of it, and that's why I am absolutely agreeing with you, gentlemen. Would be a phenomenal venue to host the finale.
It's the Hail Mary to have a season finale here. I think that'd be fantastic. And Wes, throwing it back on that point, it is a type of track that creates that unpredictability about it, because we've come in and we've said, oh yeah, well, Red Bull, Max can go strong here, Russell's gone strong here, Antonelli's a shoe-in surely. But we've got really no idea, because every day the track changes time on time. This is a complete unknown every single time we come here. And Formula 1 needs that unpredictability, because it has been predictable this year.
It's kind of the polar opposite, if you like, to somewhere such as Circuit de Barcelona, where each and every driver knows it like the back of their hand, and the teams know what to expect several weeks before you even get there. You know, we don't even know what temperature it's going to be, you know, each and every night. So yeah, that combined with the fact that, as we've said, it's very, very possible to overtake here. There's long straights, and the circuit width just really lend itself to, as we said, that unpredictability and therefore great racing.
This is only the 12th Formula 1 session to take part on this Las Vegas Strip. It's the only 8th practice session. Let's remember that. That's how crazy this circuit is. Only 8 hours of practice have been completed, because we came here in 2023 when we were back to only having an hour. The track is a bit slippery, but they're out there at the moment on the medium compound tyres. No one's having problems as things stand. You can see them flirting around on the circuit. Gasly and Russell down through turn 12. Yeah, we are seeing them on JBMotorsports 2. If you want to head over there for 9 different track camera angles this weekend on JBMotorsports 2. Turns 3 to 4, camera. Turn 10, turn 11 to 12, camera. Turn 13 on the strip, looking forwards and backwards. Turn 14, 2 onward angles and 1 backwards, and turns 15, 16 and 17 as well. They're live on JB Motorsports 2 thanks to the Nevada security cameras and the speed cameras, effectively, around with CCTV in the area. Fantastic to have those open for the race. Hamilton's on a lap time. Jackson, why is America so good for cameras like this? Because you can literally anywhere in the America. It's brilliant.
Long Beach actually used to have a similar system, and I think we got the standing start pileup in 2014 on a very similar kind of system. Unfortunately, I think state of California banned those type of systems. I think it was 2018 where we did away with that. Yeah, I think in places big as Vegas. Hello, Jensen Button, the recently retired. Let's hear from him really quick, Josh.
I am cozy in my top. Yeah, it's very warm. Thank you very much. Don't you worry about me. Anyway, we are down at turn 3 and 4. It was so good they named it twice. This is such an epic place to see an F1 car. A few of the people are still on sort of warm-up laps out there, but the amount of speed they carry through here, and it looks easy, but they're not flat through here, so they are blending in throttle. There's no breakthrough here, but it's a gradual application of the throttle, not just banging straight onto the throttle out of turn 2. But it's such a cool corner, and you really see the ground effects working. You know, the floor is being pushed into the tarmac with the amount of downforce that it's producing through this corner. A lot of fun to watch. I can understand why the people here in the grandstands want to watch, because they don't see the car for very long, but it's so cool. That was Lewis flying through there. Looked like he's on a really quick lap. He's using all the track on the exit. It's one of those corners that it kind of opens up for you a little bit on the exit, but obviously it's blind being a street circuit, so you don't really know that until you get there. So it's all memory from the previous lap to how hard you push and how much confidence you have. I think that was George. Wow. Now that was on the limit. You saw the dust. He's going really wide, and I think because when they're coming out of the pits, they're not using that part of the racetrack. They're not running as wide, so when they actually come around and they're pushing, there's more of a kick-up of dust as they get to the exit there because they're using more of the track to carry speed through turn 4. Yeah, the Williams looks good, but doesn't look like he's carrying as much speed as there's the Mercedes through here. The Mercedes also seems a little bit edgy, I would say. You can't see the rear stepping out, but it seems a little bit on the nose on the way in. As does the Haas there.
Ollie Behrman.
Max is actually doing an upshift through the corner. That's the first time I've heard an upshift through turn 3. Yeah, both Red Bulls upshifting. But no, it's an amazing place to watch. If you ever get a chance on a racing track to go and see the high-speed or mid-speed corners, preferably with a bit of change of direction, that is where an F1 car is at its best. Cops in Silverstone, the S is in Suzuka, and I have to say, here in Vegas, turn 3 and 4 is epic. Back to you, Crofty.
Love it.
That's Jensen Button trackside, and that's how it goes at the moment in Las Vegas as Max Verstappen's first sector, 27.185. Russell's top there, 136.145 at the moment. And, well, Wes, Max Verstappen was crowned champion here a year ago, but he finished 4th in that race, and many people forget he only won here in 2023. The car not suiting that much the circuit, and Red Bull struggled this morning in opening practice.
Yeah, they kind of did, didn't they? Even though they were, fairly high up, they definitely didn't look planted, and you have to imagine they're going to struggle. I'm pretty sure Yuki definitely is going to struggle in these very low grip conditions. Max is obviously going to be, decently up the grid despite everything. But yeah, we could. There's definitely a possibility of right up qualifying. And going back to something I said in FP1, it's very possible mathematically that he could be knocked out of contention for the championship mathematically speaking if Lando scores 9 points more than him in the race.
Yeah, Max could be eliminated at the circuit where he claimed his 4th championship. That is irony and a half, as Antonelli looking strong as well. Jackson, just throw an Antonelli question your way. What have you made of the young rookie this season as well? Up and down performances, but he's on and up, everybody feels.
Textbook of a rookie. Really, really fast on the single lap like we're seeing right now, as he might go purple in all 3 here, Josh, working his way just out of the final corner and does go to the top. Josh, I think he is the right kind of aggressive at the wrong times. I think he's really, really good at wheel-to-wheel, but just does not know the time to back it off. And I feel like that's what we see so often in rookies, is just constantly throwing haymakers, right? Not knowing when to hold back and making those expensive mistakes on lap time, on potentially machinery. So I think give him another year and a half, heck, give him half a season with how quick this kid's adapted so far to this car. I think he's going to be just fine and could be well on his way to a podium here.
I hope we get a good opportunity as Hamilton's fastest across the first 2 sectors so far. The traffic down Las Vegas Strip, as you're seeing, if you're watching on JBMotorsports 2, the cameras, and Hamilton right behind Hulkenberg. Down into turn 14, 15, and 16, jumps over the curbs, taking every bit of liberty he can. Gets a toe now off his old rival Max Verstappen. Up towards the line, Hamilton should go fastest here. He'll go right, does, by 0.4 of a second, 1:35.338. That got very close there, Jackson, to a big accident. Lewis taking extraordinary risks early on in the session as Lando trying to get a lap time in, but he's got Russell bearing down on the back of him. Yellow flag briefly was out at turn 5.
I think that was just because there was a knee-jerk maybe there for Lando. Limping his way through the back straight is all good, and will now drop the hammer as he works his way back onto the strip, weaving back and forth, trying to get heat into these medium P0's entire field across the board, making that jump over to the yellow hard walls, barring, believe, Bortoletto, who's given the hards a run, but Norris for the first time on the clock.
Still tight on the inside line, coming out of 3 and 4, pushes the throttle down, opens up the DRS, maximum acceleration, 8th gear, as you hit the braking zone for turn 5, a 90-degree right-hander, down on the brakes, elevation change here is about 12 meters below as you rise back up down to the Las Vegas sphere. And this is where we saw this morning, Wes, a lot of mistakes being made. It's such a tight infield section like there. Lando losing it at the rear. Everyone just not getting up to temperature yet, not getting grip zones.
Yeah, and that particular area is going to be a tricky one for the drivers, not least because, of course, they're running an incredibly small amount of downforce, given that the majority of this track is long straight. So these difficult, slow corners are going to be one that they need to watch out for, compounded, of course, by the cold temperatures.
Russell's gone fastest at the moment with 42 minutes to go. Behrman now puts it into the top 5. Lando Norris, we're going to follow this time by. He's backed off. And Charles Leclerc goes second fastest. 42 minutes to go. Riding with Antonelli, who's through the speed trap. Stroll goes 6th. Speed trap there for Antonelli, by the way. Trying to find it on our timing screen, was 343.3 mile per hour. Kilometers per hour, I should say, coming through. So he's really flying. Down the brakes, Jackson. He's just acing nicely. Seems like they want to get the long runs out of the way while the track's in good condition.
Mercedes just dropping a really cool social clip of him racing here in go-karts back in 2019, which does not feel like too long ago considering how quickly his career has evolved. And just like that, though, able to find that pace on the strip now as he goes second quickest. Here's an onboard with Gabe Bortoletto, again, the lone driver on the hards. Believe this is turn number 4, and that's not even a lockup, Josh.
Just gone straight on, completely misjudged the braking zone. And then Wes, this is Hamilton on the back of Hulkenberg.
Yeah, this will be the
oh,
the
this was
traffic
earlier.
problem. Yeah, that's right. And he did ever so well to avoid the back of the Sauber there. That could have been a colossal accident. And now Lando Norris going through turn 1, getting the lap all wrong right at the beginning, and then that huge power slide moment out of turn 8, that would be.
I think that was coming off of the curb there, Wes, just putting all that load on the back rear. We know that's been kind of a trouble corner, but kind of unloading that front left, putting all that weight on the back right corner, and maybe just a smidge too much right foot. But again, great car control from Norris there, able to catch it, and minimum drama. And just like that, Josh, these McLarens are starting to come to life. Piastri and Norris at the top now.
Just looking at the sector times, and I was thinking, why was he losing so much time in sector 3? Computer got it wrong. Norris up by 27 thousandths, but Russell on his own. He's got Stroll about 2 seconds up the road of him. This is going to give him a lovely tow. Look, there it is. Just going to be in the wake of a similar powered Mercedes car. Over the line now at full speed. I'm expecting Russell to go top, and he does by a stunning 0.3, 0.283. So it's a 134.430 with 40 minutes to go as Max Verstappen exiting turn 12, getting very loose and fast with the wall there, Wes, and that was brushing it in a half. But Max now on a mission, he's focused in.
Yeah, even though this is just FP2, Max is right on the limit. He knows he has to, as usual, as has been the case this season, he has to extract every little bit out of this car that he possibly can. So although he definitely seems to excel in conditions like this, it surely will take a toll as he goes through East Harmon Avenue onto the pit straight, and he goes into 8th position on a 35.0.
Jackson's just not finding the time. Red Bull trying to do long runs, but nothing wants to work.
Looking at the pendulum, because we saw these struggles earlier on for McLaren, and now in this case it is Verstappen taking a little bit too much curb and gives it the good dosage of opposite lock, and we'll live to see another corner. But we're seeing guys start to take the gloves off a little bit, experimenting just a smidge more on where the limits are here with these tires, with these conditions, as again we're working ourselves later into the night here, probably a little bit closer to what we're expecting come race night on Saturday.
Yeah, and that is going to be quite an exciting run when we do get to Saturday, because it is 2 hours earlier, so everything's going to feel just a little bit different under the foot. F1 Academy will be having a twilight race, as well as Gasly goes second fastest, 134.631. Let's just go through quickly with 38 to go. Russell top, Gasly second, Norris third, Piastri fourth. I'm changing that because now it's a Mercedes 1-2. Andrea Kimi Antonelli jumps up 65 thousandths off the pace of Russell. It's a 134.495 there. So more and more impressive. Mercedes look dialed in. Red Bull looking the weakest. Ferrari arguably worse off, 10th and 14th there, Jackson. Leclerc's got to find a clean lap, and he hasn't done so yet.
Not just yet. We got to talk about, though, Josh, the elephant in the room, or I guess in this case, the Frenchman in the top 10, because Pierre Gasly has found himself third on the timing stands. You look at this kid's docket so far over the past couple of years, top 10 in qualifying, both goes at it, but a pair of DNFs on the backhand. Alpine has shockingly been really, really strong here, and I think so far we could really, really see this be a strong running from Gasly. What about Lewis Hamilton? Could this be the weekend where we see him on the podium? He works his way up to the top, 134.127.
3 tenths quicker than Russell's time on the same compound of time on the mediums. Now, the track should arguably be getting a little bit quicker, but Gasly's looking very strong. Piastri now goes third fastest. Leclerc's brought himself up to 9th, and that's the worry for me. He can only do a 34.8, whereas Hamilton can do a 34.1. Both, well, Hamilton's got clean air, so has Leclerc, so don't really know how that's happened, but yeah. And Norris now top 133.943. Whereas it looks like the track is getting quicker and quicker, or are they drivers just getting braver and braver as they come into the sweet spot on these medium runs?
Yeah, I would say likely as not, it's a combination of the two. Certainly, we're getting into the later stages of the evening now. We've had obviously FP1 and an F1 Academy practice session as well. So a lot of rubber's gone down, and the tyres have been got up to temperature by the drivers. And I agree with Jackson about Pierre Gasly as well. He's historically, both last year and the year before, did go very well at this track. So despite the fact that the Alpine is significantly worse this year than it has been in previous years, he could still spring a surprise.
Got a question for you, Jackson, from Adam Emrich. It says, Jackson, what was it like to be part of a huge karting event in Las Vegas?
It's been cool to cover something like Rock, because there's a little bit of heritage behind it. I mean, there's been major scale karting events at the Rio since 2002, the year I was born. But I mean, I've done a couple of semi-national stuff with Florida Winter Tour. I got to cover Grand Nationals for CKNA, but like, you get to one of these end of year big events, you've got 300, 400 kids on the timing stand. Not even kids, because you've got a wide variety of pretty much 77 years old all the way up to some guys getting into their 60s. So a very wide range, a lot of stories. And one of the guys that is very regular to that is actually Jack Crawford, his dad owning Speed Sports Racing Park out in Houston. He joins David Croft and Ant Davidson in the comms box right now.
New regulations next year. It's going to be a big challenge for everyone on the simulator as well, for me, and to try and help the team. And yeah, I just hope it goes well.
But you get to drive these cars by the end of the year in Abu Dhabi. So
Yep. I'll be
little
in the
taste of it.
FP1 and young drivers test at the end of the year. So yeah, couple bit of running.
Without giving too much away, how much in that young drivers test will be the brand new car for next year? Because
I think absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say. Because I would assume that none of them are properly built by that stage, even though we're 10 weeks away, by the way, from the first test in Barcelona for the 2026 season. 10 weeks away, we've still got 3 races to go.
That's
Ridiculous.
crazy. And no one's even tested the car yet. I mean, we don't know what it looks like.
He's been on the simulator a lot. He knows all about next year's cars.
Not all about next year's cars, but I'm sure you're going to be doing your work in the sim at Aston Martin as well. You have already. So. Yeah, it's all fun and games. There's a lot that's going to change, but yeah, really pleased for you that you're going to get that go in at least at the end of generation of these cars, because like always, you're always perfecting what you've got, and the cars will never feel better than they do when you get to Abu Dhabi. True. And so to have a flavour of what the end of life cycle F1 cars from this generation with the ground effects cars can do, what they feel like, you know, I'm really excited for you that you're going to feel that.
And you got a brand new sim as well, haven't you, at Aston Martin?
Yes, we do.
Goes nice.
Is that operational already, the brand new sim?
Yeah. We've been running it since beginning of this year.
Oh, he's going to clip his wing there. Norris getting very tight down at turn 16. He locked up and nearly took off his front wing, coming back on. He gets restarted now, but yeah, Jackson just completely locked up and went, no, I can do it. I've got enough room. Oh, hang on a minute.
It's very easy to take for granted just how much a driver cannot see any part of their front wing. So yeah, that would have been a lot of educated guesswork from Lando Norris as to whether or not he could have made that turn.
Oh, I thought he'd stacked it, to be fair. I was expecting the winglet to go and everything.
And I mean, that's showing you how much they want to conserve this rubber right now for this session, because if you're in a street circuit in an IndyCar and you go deep like that, it is immediately full lock dump clutch, right?
Yeah.
So these guys doing everything they can to conserve right now. Leclerc, Norris, Russell, your top 5 or top 3. I can count.
Still pushing as Lawson starts the lap time in towards turn number 1. Flicks the car in a long sweeping left-hander, double apex at 1 and 2, then through the right at 3, curves out to the exit at 4, then you're flat out back on the Las Vegas streets towards turn 5. That 90-degree right-hander, heavy braking downhill over the bumps that we saw this morning in practice 1, through the T-Mobile chicane, up now through 6 and past the Las Vegas Sphere, which is showing advertisements for Power Mountain Plus at the moment, which is kind of expected, but Las Vegas Sphere's quite something. What's it like in person, Jackson?
It is surreal. I just went in 21 when they first installed it, and nothing does it. People see it online, and they're like, oh cool, big ball with TV screen. You do not understand the actual scale of this thing. It is like, you could comfortably like play soccer inside of that thing, or football, or whatever. Like, it is truly colossal. But I mean, F1's clearly gotten a knack for it. It's kind of become now the impromptu timing tower and the clock. On the inside, it's just the same, by the way. Another huge kind of immersive 3D screen. So one of the very, very cool things that has been new to Vegas. Side tangent, have any of you been to F1 Arcade in London?
I have not, but it is on the bucket list for next year.
Just tried the one at Caesar's Palace, actually, when I was
Is it
there
good?
last couple weeks ago. It's solid. It's definitely more beginner oriented. I did like the hardest setting where they switch off all the assists, you do the paddles.
Yeah.
It's solid. Would definitely recommend. It is, if anything, it's just a really cool place to hang out. Isaac Hadjar trying to hang out. That is almost into the barriers again. Is he gonna light the rears? No, I'm liking that strat though. Go to the wall, then swing it wide, loop it around, rejoin flush. Good job, Isaac.
That's 2 we've now seen down there at turn 16. Starting to think that long straight is cooling tires. 14.1 air temperature, track temperature 16.8 Celsius. Yeah, Wes, it's as soon as you're hitting the brakes, it's just got no temperature in them.
Yeah, and I think that's due largely to the nature of how long the straight they're coming off of is, because, you know, despite the fact that they're doing over 200 miles an hour down there, that you can really only get temperature into the tires when you're moving it. And of course, down the straight, you're not moving it. So, yeah, the temperature is dying all the way down there, and sometimes it can result in a lack of stopping power once you get to the braking zone.
I'm just waiting for one of these days that exit that last corner, the car's going to snap and go the opposite direction, because it's such a load you're putting on the car. As we now watch Alexander Albon down towards turn 5. Yeah, Jackson, so, yeah, it's on the list, the F1 Arcade. It is on the list. I'm looking forward to that next year. I don't know where's if you've ever been.
I've never been, no.
Video? So it doesn't look like you brake too late, unless you know what happens. We are checking the lines.
No clue.
Las Vegas mystery, I think.
Say this, it's not easy to bring a car to a halt from 349 kilometers an hour. That's about 215 miles an hour. That's what we're getting here for most guys at the end of the speed trap. Looks like, I think it's Gasly, who was just almost able to touch 350 there. Nobody able to get there just yet. But again, we got everybody kind of spread out right now, trying to coexist on their own island on the racetrack right now. Don't want dirty air, so no one really getting a tow from anybody. But come race time, I think we might be getting into the 355s. We'll see.
I think Piastri just brushed the wall at exit 05, where that T-Mobile advertising is. Did that a couple of years ago here as well. Oh, hang on, that's a Ferrari on the wall! It's Charles Leclerc! Charles Leclerc's into the wall at turn 9, and he'll get reversed out. But I think he's damaged part of the front wing. Just gone in a bit too deep. Hasn't got away with it with no damage. As a front wing end plate, I think, but he's going to continue on. He gets it all going. No, I think he's got away with it.
Managed to stop. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Brakes. This is where Norris had his moment through the chicane. Earlier on in the session where the rear stepped out. That's really weird. Oh, he does stop it. Understeer on that Ferrari's crazy. Just did not turn in.
Yeah, that's the first time anyone's had a moment there of all places. So, yeah, Ferrari got a lot of work to do now.
Did not stop, did not want to turn. That thing is a bomb on wheels.
Grip's a premium here, man. Everyone's trying to find ways to get it. And I think what's really baffling is that it's different cars having no grip in different places, right?
And there's no pattern either. There is zero pattern as to which cars are having problems. It's really bizarre. This is what Vegas does to you. It just makes absolutely everything unpredictable.
Here is Rookie of the Year, Isaac Hadjar, working his way through the middle section here, just by Top Golf. Was really testing the limits earlier on. I am talking that award on early to Isaac. Hope you guys don't mind. But we'll have no threats coming to the line. Second quickest. How do you do, Isaac Hadjar? But still, even with that drama with Leclerc, I mean, he's still 10th and a half up on a tougher compound. So
yeah.
Clearly Leclerc, I think, just getting a little bit too much of asking. What's the issue now for Kimi Antonelli? Oh, it's just playing Conga with the wall. Oh, mercy.
The way that steps out, someone's going to lose the rear suspension.
3 centimeters.
Wow. You can't, well, get any closer, you hit it. Such a close exit there. Right, Sainz on the soft tyres. So far, the couple we've seen on the lockups, it is on soft compound tyres. I'm wondering if the softs can actually generate the heat, as that was bad. Right where you didn't want him, Carlos Sainz gets traffic from the Haas of... Well, I don't think it was only
that
Goodman.
Almost feels like Sainz is slowing down to share some non-verbals there with the Haas, it feels like, but we'll allow... Who is that? I believe Antonelli through, or it is Ocon, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah, Santa all gone through, and there was a bit of a hand waving, I think, there. Whereas here's Russell now, and he's backed off.
Yeah. Like that sign saying he's going for first, or probably there.
Went to the Paul
Yeah.
Tracy School of Sign Language.
Oh, that's good.
Next year I'll be driving a Corvette, probably. Signs like that.
Someone go put the
yeah,
wall
great,
there. Go on.
great to see the Racing Bulls so high up, and they're very, very close as well. Just 8,000th of a second cover both of them.
There's Valtteri Bottas, the Cadillac driver for next year. As we take a look, this is Russell. This is where he backed out of the lap. Listen in. We're stepping. Hang on, Gasly. Pierre Gasly down at turn 5 has come to a stop. I said someone was going to stack it in the wall. Carlos Sainz has brushed it. I think Gasly's actually gone and hit the wall now. He has come to a permanent stop. Hasn't moved. Well, there goes Antonelli to the top, 133.631. Gasly is now crawling forward as Norris goes fastest, 133.602. Gasly's restarted, so whatever he was, unless he's gone off the track down at turn 5, but that tracker showed him after that zone. Norris top, Antonelli in second by 29 thousandths at the moment, but what happened to Pierre Gasly? We're not getting any data. Trying to have a look on our monitors here that you see on JB Motorsports 2 to see if we can see any action through turn 10 and 11. Just, he's crawling. Okay, yeah, he's crawling in. So, have a look at turn 11. We'll be approaching there soon. 2 cars in. It looks okay to me. Crofty's on the comp box cam. Let's go back up.
We took part in a sim race evening for a wonderful charity for young epilepsy sufferers called Purple Sectors, Simply Racing Milton Keynes. We raced against each other. I went into Paddock Bend at Brands Hatch sideways, and I might just have wiped Jack out of the race. I'm sorry.
While he was 2 laps down.
Oh, that's unacceptable, Crofty. Unacceptable. You know, he's always championing for no blue flags in Formula 1, so that's probably what he was doing right there.
I wanted to make an impact, and I did.
You did.
Don't worry.
Go on TV.
We get upset with him too. It's not you're not alone. That's what I'm saying, Joey. Yeah.
Jack, take care, mate. Thanks ever so much.
Yeah.
So good to have you in there, and good luck for the.
Just Jack leaving the comms box. It's slight drizzle, sector 3. We're being told slight drizzle, sector 3. Oh, hello. Go on. Oh, Jensen.
Turn 14.
Oh no, you're right. What's red flags out? Red flags out there. Jackson's called it bang on. Session suspended. I can't see anybody off.
I don't see anyone stopped, yeah.
No, not even on our driver tracker can't see anyone stopped. Just the red flags come out. So session stopped.
Is that a knee jerk to the rain, do you think? No.
Lightning?
Maybe. No.
Maybe another manhole.
See what I can find here. Oh God, I hope not.
Sometimes when we've got storms, you get a lightning warning.
Lightning. It's lightning.
Nah, dead. All right.
So there's a lightning warning. Well, we're no stranger to this. I've just got your message, mate. Red flags out. This is due to the fact they were sprinkling in the 3rd sector and there is lightning in the area. So we now go into the procedure, and if, sadly, I know my laws of America too well, with it being a 30-minute clock on the countdown, that would mean that we will not resume this session because we only have 20 minutes to go. So I know my rules, I know my laws, I've been here before. Unless they extend after, this practice 2 is done.
That's what doing 2 seasons of NASCAR will do to a dude.
Yep. Banging my head against the comment box wall going, why won't you end?
So, some food for thought here, because we already had pretty much half of the grid in the garage making some changes, some guys migrating back over to the softs with new setups, ready to experiment with that. And that's going to remain an enigma now until FP3, if that's even a change you want to do.
Sorry,
so
Jackson.
Again, forces the agenda forward. Go, go, go.
It is not the lightning, I'll be glad to hear. There is a loose drain cover at turn 17.
No.
Yes. There is at the final corner, there is a loose drain cover. So that means that they've now got to go and check the entirety of the circuit. And we all remember what that means. Academy will probably not have their qualifying session. So there is a loose drain cover at turn 17. If you're watching on JB Motorsports 2, you can see turn 17 on your camera, and that's where the work's going to be. Jackson, back to you.
No, that's it. I don't want to have any California bias, but when you run a race for 50 years, you know how to weld down a storm drain cover, and some of them have the locking mechanisms, and I think even when you've got enough cars, be it traffic or race cars driving over it, it can actually kind of nudge it loose. So I'm not going to be too hard on them. This stuff happens. It's just embarrassing when it happens the same place for, every other year? So
yeah.
we did not destroy a tub in the process yet, though. So we'll keep this as a win for now.
1 up.
Yeah, for now.
I'm just trying to see because...
Go on. I was just going to say, I feel like I willed that into existence. What I said.
Curse the commentator, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well done.
I've done it twice now because in the F1 Academy practice session, I was singing the praises of Chloe Chambers literally a couple of minutes before her suspension went, and she ended up in the barriers. So
forgot about that one. Yeah, there is a loose drain cover at the circuit.
So some more food for thought really quickly. Josh, just because the only 2 series running, we don't have Ferrari Challenge this year. It's just Academy and F1. So that's one other thing you don't have to worry about necessarily. I think that was a big factor in what made things a little bit difficult in 23. So even if this is going to be that level of an effort, which I don't think it is, not a lot of reshuffling of events you really have to do. So
no, this should be
believe we're still going to have a full night of events here. And I mean, worst case, we just have, I believe this is something that's going to be fixable before we see the checkered here.
The hopefulness is that they should be, 16 minutes, and if it is a drain cover, they reported at the exit of turn 17 on the way in. So there's been something that's pulled it up. I'm not seeing much on our cameras up here in the commentary box at turn 15, 16 or 17 that we were able to bring up. They're live on JB Motorsports 2 for that manner. Nothing's heading out onto the circuit, so they're not checking any other drain covers at the moment. We will keep JB Motorsports 2 running as long as we possibly can for this very reason. Red flags out there, and let's update you on the times. It's Norris, Antonelli, Leclerc, 1, 2, 3. But for now, let's quickly head down to Sky as Jenson Button was out there down at the circuit, and Crofty's got more news.
So we have a red flag with just under 16 minutes remaining. As far as I'm aware, there is a possible manhole that's come loose at turn 17. That is the reason for the red flag, but that is not confirmed, and that's just sources that have let me know what's happening. Ted Kravis, what do you know from the pit lane?
That is certainly, yeah, we think it's a drain cover, Crofty, that has been noticed by a marshal. We haven't heard any driver hit something. All the cars have come back into the pit lane, and there is now a course car going the wrong way. It's about to pass your commentary box.
That's not right.
Can you see him out your window?
Yeah, I can see it, Ted.
He should be right in front of you. Who's going the wrong way down the track to secure this drain cover. So we think it's been noticed by a trackside marshal, and we don't think any car has been affected. Obviously, a bit of memories going through Carlos Sainz's mind on what happened year 1 here in Las Vegas. And we don't believe that any car has hit the drain cover. But yeah, that's what is the thought down here amongst the sporting groups.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Ted. I'll go from you to Jenson Button. There could be a hole somewhere, and there's a man looking into it. And that's Jenson Button, ladies and gentlemen. JB.
We're not that close. It probably sounded really exciting. That was Trackside by the hole in track. But as you can see behind me, there's lots of flashing lights. So it's between 16 and 17, halfway between. So where the cars are doing, like, I guess around 160 miles an hour, you got the bridge over the top there, and it's on the racing line, obviously, on the right-hand side. So they're just checking the ground. There's sort of 10 people down there now, so all the important people there to make it right, so we can continue running, hopefully.
Thanks ever so much, JB. From the FIA, following a marshal report of a possible loose manhole cover before turn 17, we're unable to confirm this information from the CCTV available. The session's been red flagged as a precautionary measure. Race control personnel, as we just saw, currently assessing the situation. So that is what's going on. Right there, you can see it from our camera. Yeah, there's a hole and there's several people now looking into it.
Yeah, red flags out.
Frustrating, Anne, yeah?
It is frustrating, yeah. If it was just at that critical point, wasn't it, in the session where the teams were putting on softer tyres, times were starting to tumble, and you're getting that valuable read from your car, and the drivers just dialing themselves in and getting more of a feel for things. So there's clearly a problem with the circuit, and they're all peering into the I don't know if it is a hole, but it could certainly be a drain cover that's come loose. And from what happened here last year, or was it year one with poor old Carlos Sainz, that they're going to take it even more seriously, because the problem it's close to a corner or in a corner, and it could have even bigger consequences.
Let's head McLaren pit wall. Zach Brown is there, the CEO, with us all weekend long. On our screen, we're watching Elvis officiate in yet another wedding ceremony, Zach. I don't know if you want to renew your vows at all this weekend. If you finish 1 and 2, it might be a very nice time to do that.
Yep, I'm watching as we speak. Only in Vegas, right? But what a cool show this place is going to put on for our Formula One fans.
I asked Elvis about it. He said he does 2,300 weddings a year. I said, that's a lot. He said, well, you know, there's one for the money, there's 2 for the show.
No.
All right. Zach, this is really frustrating, this red flag. But Lando showing pace. So how have you engineered a bit of pace into the car there to be leading at this stage?
Well, the track's still evolving pretty quickly, but we look competitive. Oscar's not really got a lap in yet. He's had to abort. I think we're dealing with the FIA said that there may be a loose manhole cover, but it doesn't appear as the case. So I think it's just a safety precaution. So we should be back in business here shortly, but looking good so far.
Can I ask a question? Because I know this was being discussed. When we have a red flag in practice sessions, the clock keeps on ticking down. When you've got a race weekend like this, where there's not as much support action going on, and we're under the lights, so light's never going to be a problem, shouldn't we be stopping the clock and actually having the full practice session, or at least 15 minutes more?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said for extending. They do in other sports, right? If they kind of deal with things like, you know, timeouts and injuries, whatever the case may be. So, yeah. But then you, of course, you open the can of worms that in most other races, we don't have the luxury of time. So kind of hard to start doing rules for different circuits for different purposes.
Zach, bringing it back to the track action, from FP1, we saw a few teams suffering with a bit of graining, I think, on the front tyres, particularly on the mediums. So were you affected by that as well? And if so, has that eased off a bit for this session from what you see?
Yeah, we did see some of that, but it does appear it's eased off a bit. You know, it's such low grip and cold here that it's pretty easy to get some cold graining.
So with your rear wing, you've gone very, very skinny. Is that going to stay for the rest of the weekend, you think? Or does it take a late night tonight back at Woking to work that one out?
That was the same question I just had for Andrea, and so I think we'll look through the data tonight and then come to a conclusion. But yeah, we're trying 2 different configurations.
What did Andrea say?
He never shows me his cards until he's made his final decision.
Really? Oh, you'd never want to play poker with that man.
He keeps me on edge.
I'm sure he does. Zach, thanks ever so much. Great to have you with us, and we'll talk more tomorrow. It is now...
So, red flag's been rescinded. pit exit still closed, session still suspended. So that's positive. We've not got a restart time yet though, but at least they haven't kept the circuit permanently under a red flag. That is what's happening down there. The officials are getting back in their cars. The trucks, the Ford trucks and Chevy trucks are getting out of the way, Jackson. Looks like we might be going green soon.
Fingers crossed. I mean, quick addressment of the problem. I'll say this: big ups to anyone who was able to actually identify that. I'm not sure if there's some kind of automated system that will alert when something like that is loose, or if someone was able to eyeball
Marshall
it.
said it.
But
yeah.
that's what my theory would be. So being able to eyeball it quick and hit the red button, that is for sure something. We saw it with signs a couple years ago. So much better to play it safe than sorry.
Yellow flag out just on the run down towards turn 5, and that's TV camera 3 and 4, by the way, if you're watching on JBMotorsports 2. Barrier's loose. Just ever so slightly. It's out of whack a little bit. One of the cars came over and just brushed it. So, not an F1 car, one of the actual cars on the inside of the circuit, because they're just trying to get them out of the way. So, unusual to see the traffic getting redirected like it is so close to the track. We are waiting for a restart time though. We haven't got one, so I hope the V-carbs don't send them out on the circuit just yet. Session will be going green at 54, we're being told, but that's not yet come up on our timing monitors as an official.
It'll be 90
restart.
seconds, Josh.
Yeah, so that's not a restart time yet. We'll get that within 60 seconds to go. Oh, Charles, don't leave your pit box. Don't cross that line. You'll get a big penalty. Session will restart at 20:54. There we go. Now you can go. Yep, that was the time. You just got to wait for it to be made official. I was getting the information in my ears that was being sent up to the Sky F1 commentary box, and then we got the official timings made in. So we are going to go green, Jackson. That's the best thing.
And now these guys are going to have, here's the real question, did our timer stop, or are we still going to, are we going to get all 18 minutes and change that we were supposed to, or is this now going to be cut time? Are we only going to have 7 minutes or so to run this back, because we're going to have a mad dash here for everybody. I think we're going to see a lot of guys really pushing hard if that is the case.
It's a food for thought. We were hearing from Zach Brown saying, we've got the luxury of time here, but not at every circuit. If the red flag comes out because it's a necessity that the track is at fault, not a crash, not anything like that, if the track's at fault and the FIA haven't done their job, then add time back on. That, I think, is more fair. Because if there's a crash from a driver, they've disrupted the weekend. But if it's a fault of the officiators,
right,
you add the time back on to the drivers who've done nothing wrong.
I wouldn't call that FIA. I'd say that's Grand Prix management, whoever's the local management or promoters. But I would very much agree with that. If it's not because one of your guys sent it into the wall, absolutely agree with that. But just like that, track goes green, and we are indeed, I believe, Josh, yep, only 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and we're going to conga line out of the pits.
It's going to be about 3 flying laps then, and Wes, they're all heading out there on their correct tyres because they need to get this data. Effectively, it's sort of a red flag restart that it's helpful for their data as well.
It pretty much is, yeah, but of course they're going to be handicapped by the fact that 5 minutes it just is not enough time to get the tyres warmed up sufficiently in order to do the runs that they were wanting to do. They'll go out and gather what they can, but it's still going to be a significantly compromised session here, which there's no way they can get back, because of course FP3 isn't going to be held at the right time of day. So yeah, it's a huge compromise that is going to affect everyone.
And of course, Wes, and this now is going to be just the wrong air temperature, 13.7. It's dropping every second. The F1 Academy they're going to really struggle coming into quali.
Oh yeah, certainly. And there was a number of lockups and cars running wide in practice, and of course they're going to be going much quicker.
Oh boy.
Something broke. Gearbox.
Oh no.
Can I shift or not? Do not shift.
Where is Charles Leclerc gone? He's at turn 7.
He is all kinds of gone.
He's gone behind the barrier somewhere.
I can't even find him on the tracker.
That's at turn 5. It's turn 5.
Or no, turn 5. Wow.
Well, Charles Leclerc's gone behind the barrier. I thought he would be on our screen somewhere, but he's not. So Charles Leclerc, the gearbox is gone, and he's pulled off the circuit. I was about to say the next question to Jackson would be, what if somebody stuffs it because the tyres aren't on temperature? And Charles Leclerc's just gone and died. That's really strange. He was complaining earlier on, wasn't he?
It seems to be some kind of a gearbox issue as opposed to a driver error. I mean, it's still obviously it's still very bad for Ferrari. Hopefully it won't incur him having a penalty, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Down to JB.
Cover that we saw earlier, but everything seems to be great. Kushti, and as you can see, they're heading into the last corner where you are. It's such an epic corner. It's so fast. Easy flatten an F1 car, unless you're in traffic. And then, as we saw last year with Kevin Magnussen, trying to overtake. But it's a really cool corner, and it's where you see the cars at their best. It's almost 200 miles an hour through there. And on the first lap of the race, when the cars are still close, there's some pretty good racing. Oh, we got another red flag.
JB, I'm not going to blame you.
Got another red flag. I don't know if it's for the same thing.
Red flag.
Red flag's out. Session will not resume. They've stopped it. The session will not resume. I've got no clue why. I wonder if it is that drain cover again, and they really aren't happy with it. No reason why.
I am monitoring the situation.
I'm trying to work out, but I can't turn up. There we go.
That can't be because of Leclerc, is it? Well, there he is. That would not justify it. He could not be more off of the track right now.
He's behind a safer barrier, completely fine. Red. I think Leclerc has got a red car. Now, a red car would indicate that he needs to jump out, and they can't touch the car because it's electric.
When you said he had a red car, I thought you meant because it was a Ferrari.
I was going to say that's how Ferrari works.
It's a Formula E metaphor, so if the electronics go wrong, the top of the rollover hoop, the LEDs, will flash red, and if it does flash red, then you've got to go through the extraction procedure and marry golds and all that lot because the car's effectively live, because he's not got out the car yet. So that's the only thing I can think, because I swear I was looking at it and I saw him flash it red at the top there. So we'll see. We'll wait to see. We have no reason.
The marshals were kind of very hesitant to go near it, so yeah, that would certainly make sense if that were the case.
I saw it flashing red, so that could have been a reflection off one of the light panels. That's the problem. I need to see that angle again if I can. In fact, I wonder if I can log into the Sky Sports app quickly. Asking with 33 seconds to go. The session will not be resumed, by the way. So that is done for the day.
Track and onto the grid to do a practice start, because they've all lost at the moment the opportunity to do a practice.
Yeah, so they're not doing anything there. This is very bizarre. Well, Wes, we haven't had this for a while, have we? Red flag due to track maintenance.
Oh, okay, so it's not Leclerc's car then.
Okay, well there's... I don't need to log in now.
I was just about to...
Go on, Wes, sorry.
It is flashing, yeah, look, it is flashing red. It is, yeah. Okay, so that's just the batteries on tick over. But the track maintenance also needs to have a problem. So we've got 2 issues to come through. Red flag due to track maintenance. Right, back to you guys, go on.
So yeah, So yeah, F1 Academy's qualifying session, which is due to take place in about half an hour event, is very, very in trouble if there's so much track maintenance that needs to be done.
This is Charles Leclerc's gearbox we're hearing. Got second. Third. 4, 5, 6. Down at 6. Yeah, it's green on the head. It's green. You see that green light on the above there? That means it's safe. So it is an issue with the track, and the red flag has come back out. Session will not resume. Lando Norris ends this session fastest. 1:33.602. Antonelli in second, Leclerc third, Hülkenberg fourth, Hadjar fifth, and rounds it out with his teammate Lawson sixth. Russell 7th, Albon 8th, Verstappen 9th, and Hamilton has the top 10. Well, yeah, the F1 Academy session now, that's going to be in half an hour. That's at risk. I wonder if that's going to actually happen. If you want to know, JB Motorsports 2, all the track cameras are live and will stay live until we go back to green flag running, because we've still got the Academy session to go. Well, anticlimactic end there, and a slight worry there, Jackson, that this is a bit of Vegas as in Vegas.
Still scared about this track. All of a sudden, it's track maintenance, but they haven't given us the reason why. And that has worried me a little bit because they didn't specify its strain covers. I don't know if it could be something else. A curving is loose. They need to adjust a barrier, or if it really is something like that, and we just they're too scared to say it. We'll say that.
So medical car and safety car have gone out onto the circuit. I've just seen at turn 10. So Norris top, Antonelli, Leclerc 1, 2, 3, Hülkenberg from Hadjar, Lawson, Russell, Albon, Verstappen, and Hamilton, Stroll, Gasly, Sainz, Piastri, Tsunoda, Colapinto, Behrman, Alonso, Ocon, and Bortoletto taking it to the 20. So we lost 20 minutes of running as well, plus the practice starts. Not great for these drivers out there. On JB Motorsports 2, we're going to leave the commentary. We'll continue on JB Motorsports. My thanks to Jackson, my thanks to Wes. On JB Motorsports 2, you'll continue to see the TV pictures, and all the analysis will be back on JB1. You're back with us on JB Motorsports 2. If you've just joined us from JB Motorsports, just quickly before we head back, Jackson's got the latest about what's happening on the circuit. Jackson.
Is from racers Chris Medland. Some race control personnel remained on site when the session was restarted. That was after the first red flag. They reported the manhole cover was moving as cars passed over it, which led to the session being ended under red flag conditions. Further inspections are underway. Looks like the game plan will be to still have F1 Academy on track by 9:30, Josh.
Thanks, Jackson. And that will be with Omi and Wes. We'll be back in about 20 minutes then for that action. Keep an eye out on the circuit cameras for the latest news.
It's F1 Academy's final qualifying session of 2025. We've got a championship on the line. It is time for fast laps around Las Vegas, here to bring an end to Friday's action of the Grand Prix weekend. F1 Academy is right now facing the best finish to their season that we have had in the 3 seasons so far. It's been delivering all the goods, and now it is time for a battle around 6.2 kilometers, 3.8 miles, 13 laps coming your way tomorrow. We've of course got to set the grid for the race before that, and that's exactly what we're here to do across 30 minutes of qualifying, which has 2 points available for pole position. Well, the qualifying session is delayed by 2 minutes, so we'll get green light in about 3 minutes time, but that gives us perfect time. Wes, who is alongside me, to talk and preview about what is to come in this session. And Wes, it is the most important qualifying of Pan's life, the most important qualifying of Werg's life. It's all down to this, and it's going to be exciting.
Just say before we start, how incredible it is that we have a loose manhole cover and have only lost 2 minutes of this session. I think that's quite amazing. Testament to everybody working on the circuit. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, it's definitely a showdown, something that we haven't really seen in F1 Academy up to this point. The season 1, of course, was fairly close, but it was, you know, mostly Marta Garcia who always had a roughly sizable gap. And then that was, of course, blown out of the water the next year with Abby Pulling doing her best Max Verstappen impression through that whole year and just absolutely dominating it from start to finish. This, though, is something very different. And as I've said a couple of times already this weekend, we're not going to settle it here in qualifying or in race 1. So it is definitely one that's going to go down to the wire, and every little point counts. So any tiny little mistake that may come from Myverg or Dorian Pat could very well decide this championship, and it's going to be so exciting to watch.
Yeah, perfect way to describe it. We mathematically cannot crown a champion today or tomorrow, but Sunday it is definitely going down to it. What today and tomorrow can do is go a long way in deciding the title if Werg is to have big issues and Pan is to dominate as well. 2 points are up for grabs, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast for this qualifying session. So who is going to be taking it? Well, Wes, only 3 drivers in this field have taken a pole position in F1 Academy. Their names: Dorian Pan, Maya Werg and Chloe Chambers. Dorian Pan hasn't taken one this season. Chloe Chambers has had 3 in a row across this campaign, and Maya Werg, if she takes pole today, has a chance to make it 3 in a row. So those are the only 3 drivers who have taken a pole. It's going to be wide open, I think, as to who takes this, but definitely I think one of those 2 title contenders, Werg or Pan, definitely look the favourites on the evidence of practice. But at the end of the day, it's F1 Academy, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's actually a quite incredible stat that all of the qualifying session, all the pole positions have just been shared by 2 drivers this year. Thankfully the races have been much more varied in terms of results, and well, that you know brings up the question: will we get a new pole sitter for this event, or will it remain either with Werg or with Chambers? Chambers, of course, has a lot of recovering to do after that accident in practice. We don't know the state of her car at the moment. I assume, and we're going to get a quick interview with Maya Werg.
Yeah, just looking forward to get back on track. I think it's been a long wait since Singapore, but yeah, I feel great. I think we have great momentum with the last fast races, and also the test in Bahrain was really positive. So yeah, feeling confident, feeling good with the team, and just want to finish the job and try to replicate what we've been doing in the last races. Fighting for the title now, doesn't change what we've been doing the whole season. We've been working hard all the time, and just going with the same mentality as we've had since Montreal. Give it all and take every opportunity, because in the end we're still the ones having to catch up in the points. So yeah, we still have to do the same job as we've been doing and not really try anything different, because we know what we've been doing has been working. So yeah, just try to stay calm and do what we know what to do.
Those are the words from Maya Berg, the driver who is trying to close down a 9-point deficit. Well, you've got myself and Wes up here in the commentary box, but we've also got JB down in the pit lane. JB, morning. It is time for the final session of the day.
Yeah, morning. It's 5:34 over here in the UK. God knows what time it is over there in Las Vegas. I've lost count. Bed is calling in 27 minutes' time, and I'm looking forward to that. 2 minutes. Stellar work from the FIA, because last time we had a manhole cover loose, it was 4 hours we had to wait to get another session. But stunning work. I've got across all the social media cameras here as well with the track angles. I can see everything that's going to go on. My pick for pole, definitely Dorian Pan.
Oh, okay, so Dorian Pan on her way to her first pole of the season. It would be her 6th pole in F1 Academy. I think an important thing to remember from last season though, Wes, is that we had technically 2 pole positions up for grabs each round. One for one, of course, the fastest time, and then for another race we would have the 2nd fastest times taken. So technically, you had 7 rounds, but you had 14 available pole positions when it came to last season. That, of course, has just gone down to the usual ones, similar to F2, F3 that they have as well.
Yeah, that's right, and that's really helped shuffle the grid, I think, due in large part to the fact that race 1 is a reverse grid. Personally, I'm a big proponent of reverse grids. I do think they liven up racing, and I will very much die on that hill because I know there are a lot of haters out there. Yeah, it's really made it much more interesting to watch, and it's given us a great ending to the championship, I feel.
Really has. The drivers make their way round the circuit then, and they are building up to the push lap, so we'll get run 1 underway. The drivers now, of course, need to counter in any form of delays that we could possibly get. Let's hear from Leah Block.
To be racing an open wheel car, you know, basically at home. So it's a great place for it, a great place to round out my 2 years in F1 Academy. And of course, there's some entertainment and it's a great atmosphere. You know, I'm 19, so you can't do anything in the US, but I'm sure we'll have a great dinner afterwards.
Great to see her speaking as well with James Wowles earlier as they get ready for the final round. But yeah, a perfect way to end it. If you weren't with us earlier on, the other drivers who will no longer be able to officially compete in the championship due to 2 seasons are Pan, Berg, Chambers, Hausman, Chong, and Nobles alongside Leah Block, of course. One exciting driver for the future is Ella Lloyd. She's already confirmed to be back with us with Rodin Motorsport in that McLaren backing next year, Wes. So let's see whether she can end 2025 though on a high.
Yeah, that's right, and she's not the only Ella that's going to be in McLaren colours either. We're expecting
Radio from
and here's Courtney Crone.
Like blocking is crazy.
So
Courtney Crone, not a big fan of. That's Rachel Robertson. She's talking about one of the new drivers in. She's replacing Ava Anagnostiadis, who's not fully over her ankle surgery. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Ella Lloyd will be back next year, and in a McLaren supported, though not in the official sense, more in the sort of sponsor sense, will be a driver by the name of Ella Stevens, who is mentored, rather like last year's championship pulling, by Alice Powell. And she's already been showing really great things in the mid-season test that we had for rookies in the F1 Academy. and she did manage to top one of those sessions. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what Stevens can do next year.
Everyone out there on the circuit bar, Alicia Palmovsky, great to have Chloe Chambers back out as well after her late shunt when suspension went. Wonder whether that had anything to do, possibly, with any of the manhole covers that have been causing issues. That could also be another possibility. But first of all, let's get some lap times on the board then. So, Ella Lloyd, a 2-minute 10.951. These lap times will be getting faster and faster. They are just the benchmarks that are currently being set. Our race winner, our brilliant race winner from Netherlands, race 1. Gaderman also goes up to P1 at the moment, immediately displaced by Chambers, who is in her home race. So it is Chambers, then Gaderman, then Lloyd, as Larson goes top, only for a moment, and it's Maya Berg, who is now at the front of the field. Maya Berg's lap time there was a 2-minute 8.894, and it looks like we are going to be in for an interesting session. I think it's Pan who will be waiting for, really, to see where she will be in response. I can tell you that Alicia Palmovsky is now out on the circuit.
Yeah, do you know, it's interesting, with the sole exception of Formula One, Ferrari have actually had a really great year in motorsport, haven't they? They've been brilliant in WEC, in GTs. Last weekend, for any of you watching in Macau, absolutely dominated by the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. Maya Berg, I would say by far and away the quickest driver over the course of the year. Perhaps not the most consistent, that being Dorian Pan, who is obviously leading the championship at this point. But yeah, Maya Berg's been doing great things in that car, and it really goes to show what, you know, a high level of talent she does hold.
Yeah, it really, really does. I don't think Maya Berg will be too happy with Alba Larson on this specific lap. She's been stuck behind for this entire lap. Now we're actually about to get to see how the racing will be a little bit, because she's basically been tucked behind, full out attack. Now you're going to make your way onto the Vegas strip. You'll be pulling alongside, so we're already kind of getting a bit of a race in formation. These two both pushing on very, very hard. They're basically neck and neck at the moment. Maya Berg will edge ahead. Alba Larson will not fight. Yeah, of course she knows she's also fighting the title contender, and there's no point fighting for track position. But that was a bit of a mini drag race that those two were having. Berg gets that position, but yes, you can expect overtaking from a long way back due to the amount of slipstream that you get. Okay, Dorian Pan has finally got a lap time on the board. It is half a tenth shy though on Maya Berg. That was on Maya Berg's previous effort. Now it is 3.5 tenths, because a 2-minute 8.594 sees the Ferrari driver further clear.
Yeah, of course it'll be Alba Larson wearing those colours next year, more than likely. And let's have a look at a replay, and this is Maya Berg now getting stuck behind the future Ferrari Academy driver. Oh, getting very close to the back. That's going through, I believe, yes, that's turns 7, 8, and 9.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. This is Pan making her way through. JB's prediction for pole position as well when it comes to this session. Well, Wes, it's quite wide open. Is there anyone who you've got in mind for this?
For qualifying?
Yes.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm fairly certain it'll be Maya Berg. I think she's definitely got the speed, and now she has the motivation in skiing, definitely. So yeah, I think I've been very not underwhelmed by Dorian Pat, but definitely expecting more from her this season. I say that despite, of course, her leading the championship. But when she first came onto the scene in F1 Academy at the beginning of 2024, that first race in Saudi Arabia, she looked absolutely unbeatable. And the other drivers have really just kind of chipped away at that pace over the last, year and a bit. And yeah, it just doesn't seem to be what it was. Of course, as I've been saying so far today, her consistency definitely hasn't gone anywhere. She's been scoring the big points, but just the outright speed isn't quite what it used to be.
Okay, Dorian Pan striked back that time by Maya Verg. Will fight it later on. She's coming straight back into the pit lane. Susie Wolf, the managing director of F1 Academy, watching on. She's also, of course, been writing her own book in the meantime as well, but Verg parks it in. And I think, even though she's been beaten by Pan, that is just an extra lap that Pan's gone out there and done. I think quite a successful run. I think Verg's looked quite quick all the way through, and I think she'll have the confidence inside of her, Wes, that she knows she can just go out there and take it straight back from Pan.
Yeah, and that's definitely to go against everything I was just saying now, that nearly half a second gap at the front is very, very disheartening for Maya Berg. That's not where she expected to be. Long way to go in the qualifying session, of course. Yeah, that is a very big gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, Dorian Pan has had seconds, she's had thirds, she has had fifths this year, but not a P1 when it has come to qualifying. I've mentioned that she's had 5 poles before when it has come to F1 Academy. That was all in her first season last year, a season which she was, well, fighting for wins occasionally, of course, as was mentioned, the Saudi Arabia round to start the season, and then of course she had the drama in race 2, but she was really rapid when it came to last season. She's been consistent this season, and that has really been the critical thing. A driver who is in 3rd position. Now, while we've got a championship fight, we will of course try and focus on all of the other drivers as well in this field, because there's so many different storylines. Pan goes even quicker, I should say. Verg will need to respond. Hausman goes to the front row, but Chloe Chambers has got the answer to all of them. Ahead by 2.5 tenths of a second. Chloe Chambers trying to bounce back from the damage she had earlier on. Of course, no fault of her own, but it would have always done a driver's confidence bad that moment. But she's bounced straight back. P1.
Yeah, good lap as well from Rachel Robinson, the newbie in that Tag Heuer branded car, all the way up in 6th position at the moment. So yeah, great driving from her. And on board now with Dorian Pan, who is looking to take back that top spot, coming through this very, very tricky section that was so difficult for so many drivers in Formula One earlier on. Pan not having any such problems so far. Now the long right-hander at Sands Avenue. This is turns 11, coming up to the tricky turn 12. No such problems. Get as close as you dare to the barrier on the right-hand side without brushing it, and still nearly 0.3 of a second up, despite not doing a personal best in that 2nd sector.
Yeah, not an ideal middle sector through that part of the lap. Now a long distant tow, which is what Pan has at the moment. If you can get a timely tow around the circuit, that could be really, really helpful. Really helpful if you can get a good tow, and that could basically decide things in a big way, because that is how powerful it is. We make our way down into the braking zones of 14, 15, 16. You make your way through Harmon Avenue now, and Chloe Chambers is quickest of all when it comes to the 1st sector. So Chloe Chambers looking to try and bounce back to pole position. She, as I mentioned, had 3 in a row. It's been a 4th and a 3rd since then at Zandvoort and Singapore. Pan, though, goes quickest of all by nearly half a second once again, but Chambers was looking good. Is it looking good enough to strike straight back? No, she's missed out by over 1/10 of a second. So it is Pan, then Chambers, then Hausman. Ferreira with a good lap, that's P4. Verg is in P5. She's heading back out onto the circuit. She's been watching and seeing fast laps being set by some of our new contenders at the front, and she wants to get herself back in the mix. But Pan ahead of Chambers.
Yeah, so Chloe Chambers seemingly lost all that time down the strip. So presumably she just got a bad run onto that long straight. because she was well and truly up on Dorian Pan, but to no avail. And we've had a lap time deletion for Emma Felbermeyer. Not quite sure how that happened. I assume she went off at one of the chicanes. Looking at Tina Houseman right now in all sorts of traffic. She manages to get by Alicia Parmovsky, who very courteously moves out of the way. She's now coming through turn 11. She's got Felbermeyer, Gadaman, and Dorian Pan up in front of her. Let's see if they remain in the way. They may even provide a bit of a tow for her.
Yeah, we mentioned about a tow and how important that could be. Chloe Chambers going quicker. Quickest of all so far by 0.2 of a second, so it definitely looks like that she is about to go top of the timing board. We've got 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to go. Well, we've got a very near 2 kilometer Las Vegas strip for the drivers, but they're all together, they're all chasing that slipstream. They know how important and how vital it is for the lap, so I wonder how this will affect things. How will the lap times change this time by? Peyton Vescott, we're getting an idea of her lap as well. She is our wildcard driver for this weekend. Has been racing in series like Italian F4, E4, and also the Formula Winter Series. But into F1 Academy, now let's see how she's going to do. Houseman's about to come over the line. That's third position. Chloe Chambers delivers on the promise she set through the first and second sector. It was quickest also in the third sector as well. We now look over to Peyton Vescott, who's about to get her foot down and make her way up towards the line in a few moments time. Let's see where this lap is going to be. She's going to come into the pit lane. She'll abandon that one. She knows she can do better later on, but it's Chambers who is top by 0.2 of a second. JB, what have you noticed?
Few drivers taking a bit of a deep braking line through turn 12, but also the last corner, turn 15, the rears are sliding out, so that's where most of the time is being lost. For Dorian, though, she's struggling in pack. She's doing her better times when she's out front in cleaner air, but Chambers' lap time, stunning, absolutely stunning across the sector times. So this is going to be about being in the right position on the track at the right time, and the track temperature is cooling.
Really is as well. And where's what JB describes to us in terms of the clean air, that is exactly what it looks like Dorian Pan has at the moment, as she now stands on the power, makes her way down the straight. It is nip and tuck. She's 700s down. Yellow flags are flying in the second and third sector. Ella Lloyd moves up to 8th position. The green flag is back out critically, so it shouldn't affect things for Pan.
Yeah, and this is going to be very tight. It's all going to depend on how quickly she managed to get through that turn 12 and going down this Las Vegas Boulevard. Casinos to the left and right before braking heavily for turns 14, 15 and 16 before burying the throttle to the floor once again as you go down Harmon Avenue and get ready for the final flat out turn 17. She was only a fraction down on Chloe Chambers at sector number 2 as she crosses the line now, and she lost a whole bunch of time in that last sector.
Yeah, that can sometimes be down to the slipstream factor. Palmovsky goes third, JB.
White liveried Red Bull off the track down at 11 and 12. There you go. And you can see it now.
Brilliant timing. Here's what's happened. So behind Chambers, just go straight on.
Yeah, she was kind of distracted, I think, by Chloe Chambers up in front of her. But yeah, Ferreira just recovering the Racing Bulls liveried car there. And she is currently, where is she? She's in 5th position at the moment. So bit of a confidence boost for her since her last outing, which was at the F1 supported, the Brazilian F4 supporting F1 at Interlagos, where she managed to score a win.
She did. She won the race on the Saturday to conclude what was quite a dramatic Saturday at Interlagos. Dorian Pan, though, trying to make this finale not as dramatic as everyone would hope. She's trying to extend her points from 9 to 11. by the end of this qualifying session. It's all about doing it bit by bit. It's not about, it's not just about, of course, getting it right straight to the, well, trying to score a big result and it being done there. If she can just do it bit by bit across this weekend, just finish a few positions ahead of Pan when it comes to, if she can finish a few positions ahead of Berg when it comes to the reverse grid race, and then also in the main race, and also if she can score the 2 points, I think that does quite well for Pan, and to really consolidate this championship with a bunch of confidence as well, and a good bit of confidence heading into next year is always vital. Now, Berg is finally back out on the circuit and she's pushing on, so we're going to look to see what she can do. Pan's about to come over the line, and Dorian Pan is going to miss out, so she can't go quicker, JB.
Alpine off the track, down at turn 11 and 12, brief yellow flag.
There we go. Well, Nina's had a moment then. We'll take a look at that in a second. Berg to the first sector, Wes, not going as quickly.
Yeah, no, Maya Berg's pace seems to have gone off a cliff for whatever reason, so currently 1.4 seconds down on Chambers, with, of course, Dorian just a couple of tenths behind, and yeah, Maya's first sector is really nothing special, so yeah, it's hard to say really where her pace has gone.
It's fantastic as they make their way out of turn 12, how close they get to the barriers. You can tell how much they're pushing, but yes, Berg not doing what she needs at the moment. Let's hope she can recover the pace, because remember, she is the chasing driver in this. She needs to be ahead of Pan at nearly every single opportunity, and she's managed that across so many rounds this season.
Okay, Dori, we need the sector 3 and we need a tow for sector 3.
Well, that is what Pan will be searching. That could be one thing that Maya Berg might need in a few moments' time as well, if that timing board does not improve. It's all about the slipstream, kind of what you get at Monza for Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 1. They all go for it there, and it definitely looks like the teams might also have to experiment with it here at Las Vegas in F1 Academy. Alba Larsen across the line, P5. Maya Berg turns P7 into P6. That is not good. That is not good for the chasing driver. So she still needs to further improve in the field. A tow, where it's exactly what P3 driver Alicia Palmowski has.
Yeah, and we're about to see just how effective it is. She's behind the green Aston Martin colours of Tina Hausman. Going through, of course, what is a benefit to you down the straight then becomes a handicap through the corners as the front car starts to disturb the air. We'll see that a bit. Does Alicia wash wide a little bit, but she manages to go up into P2, just a tenth of a second behind teammate Chambers.
It is getting really close. Very interesting. Okay, let's look back to Maya Berg. Maya Berg this time by is setting an improvement in the first sector, and that is so important. That is so important for Maya Berg, who has had an F1 Academy pole 3 times. Of course, she got her first, of which this season, that was in the opening round at China. And then she's taken the last 2 poles at Zandvoort and Singapore. Can she now make it 3 in a row? Can she do it here on the streets of Las Vegas? Well, that's a little bit more like it for Maya Berg. She's just under 2 tenths away, but critically that would put her ahead of Dorian Pan, and she's got a good slipstream from Alba Larsen as well coming down this Vegas strip, so it's actually going to work out quite nicely for Maya Berg this time by, especially if she doesn't have to deal with the dirty air through those final few corners, and she's getting closer at a rapid rate. Now she might have to actually go for the move. Alba Larsen will kind of park and pull out of the middle, so actually it'll be perfect. It'll be perfect for Maya Berg. It will hit that braking point. It's slightly outwards on the brake through the chicane there of 14, 15 and 16, but now it's flat to the floor. This one is looking good for Maya Berg, currently in 6th position. Can she get ahead of Dorian Pan? That's the aim. 4 minutes to go. Where is this lap time going to go for Maya Berg? It does get her ahead of Dorian Pan. It puts her ahead of Palmowski, but just behind Chambers, who is going quickest of all in the middle sector of the lap.
Yeah, that was a great lap from Maya Berg, and just really proves our point. That did, it almost looked slightly orchestrated, in fact, with Alba Larsen, with blasted. Of course, they are teammates in MP Motorsport, but more than that, of course, Alba Larsen is, as of next year, going to be a Ferrari Academy member, same as Maya Berg. So yeah, there's that continuity as well. As Chambers, what a lap that was from Chloe Chambers. My goodness me, nearly half a second up on Maya Berg.
Go on, Jamie.
Yeah, I just came up with the incident with Ella Lloyd. I was watching that do turn 17, clear impediment there. That to lift off the throttle, clear impediment.
It's nearly.
Wrong button.
There we go. There we go. Maya Berg then. Is she going to be able? Oh my word! Maya Berg nearly stuffs it into the barrier right at the pivotal moment. She nearly puts it in the wall. Well, Chambers is saying, yes, you guys go and have your championship fight, but I want to end this season on a high. And, well, she's on a high from the Formula E test, but goodness me, where's that could have been Maya Berg's championship ambitions? Well, in terms of confidence, taking a big knock there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She kicked up a load of dust whilst doing it as well, and she's a bit squirrely into this braking section as well, which is turn 14. So yeah, this lap definitely isn't going to count for anything. But yeah, we know that Maya's definitely on the ragged edge. Perhaps the setup not quite where she wants it at the moment. And yeah, 7.5 tenths down, and that is a considerable margin. Let's go back to Alicia Parmovsky, who recently announced that she is going to be staying with the Red Bull Racing team for next year. And that's definitely going to give her a huge boost of confidence. She was photographed with Lauren Mekies as they concluded the deal, and they've definitely been happy with her. She's not been entirely consistent throughout the year, but Parmovsky definitely has the speed, and that's what they're looking for as Parmovsky goes up into second place.
Pan goes ahead of Berg. Such a big moment in the context of this championship battle. We've got a battle going on for pole position, but Pan is now ahead of Berg. What was Berg doing? This was her making the very wide moment and nearly stuffing it in the wall, as we mentioned at the time. But what is she doing right now? That's the critical thing. Looking like to the first sector, not an improvement. That is what Dorian Pan is finding, though. She is going even quicker. Maya Berg is improving, though, in the second sector. That is so important. So Chloe Chambers is right now on provisional pole. Alicia Parmovsky, by the way, it was looking good through the second sector, so she lost a bit of time in the third sector, but Alicia Parmovsky could have got a little bit more closer to Chloe Chambers. Parmovsky going for her first pole in F1 Academy. Dorian Pan going for her sixth. She's getting a bit of a slipstream from Prema teammate. You can tell that all of the teammates of Pan and Berg are doing their job. They are giving the slipstream. They know how important this is for their teammates, and we are ticking down into the final seconds of this qualifying session. This would be big for Dorian Pan. This would allow her to extend her advantage in the points battle by 2 extra points, and she's only 0.07 of a second away. Now, with some slipstream, that could help. It's not a good middle sector, but it is within range. This is going to be big now for Dorian Pan as she tries to improve with the yellow flags flying in the first sector, but Dorian Pan is in the final part of the lap. Ella Lloyd goes to 9th. Leah Block improves time but not position. She's in 10th. Nobles is in 13th. Chambers is not improving so far on the lap times. Into the braking zone we go. Houseman getting in the way though of Pan through the critical corners. Now how is that one going to play out for Dorian Pan? Is there going to be an improvement of time? Larson is in 3rd position, but this is Dorian Pan chasing pole position and at least trying to stay ahead. Maya Berg has taken the checkered flag. She won't be able to do it. She won't be able to do it. Berg will be behind Dorian Pan, who improves her time, but critically Pan is ahead in this order, and Chloe Chambers goes even quicker. What a final sector that was, to go nearly 0.4 of a second clear. That was absolutely fantastic stuff from Chloe Chambers, who may have just taken pole position in her home race, and what a bounce back that is from practice with a damaged suspension earlier on to P1 and the 2 points for pole. That is a 4th pole in F1 Academy for Chloe Chambers.
an all Red Bull front row for race 2 tomorrow, but it's Nina Gadaman who will be on reverse grid pole for race 1, the Alpine Academy driver, and she'll be on the front row alongside Emma Felbermeyer. Here's Chloe Chambers' radio.
Another pole position. Come on, P1. Yes. Hooray! Oh, after the weird thing in practice, that was a good comeback, I think.
Wow. Interesting stuff. So, Dorian Pan and Maya Berg start next to each other for both races this weekend. Berg will have the advantage tomorrow. Pan will have the advantage on the circuit on Sunday. But Wes, one of the things I've noticed is Berg has been a bit more better with the race starts. And I guess if we're looking at the two approaches, Pan has to be a bit more cautious while Berg can just be a bit more aggressive. She's the one who has to gain it.
Yeah, and the fact that they're in the middle of that top 8 as well means that they're at huge risk in both races. So, yeah, with as chaotic as we know it's going to be over the course of these next 2 races, you really just have to watch your back and both sides as well.
You don't want to miss it. 8 meters on the grid will separate our 2 contenders for the F1 Academy crown. It will be 9 points heading into said races. No one has been able to stretch an advantage. No one has been able to gain points from this session. It is, I guess, advantage Pan due to the track position for the main race, but that's the only thing that we have established today. Right, let's run you through the qualifying results then. Chloe Chambers takes pole position. Alicia Palmowski in second place. Do you remember Canada where these two made contact? Well, let's hope that isn't a sign of things to come on Sunday. Alba Larsen, great job in third. Dorian Pan and Maya Berg will go from 4th and 5th as they try and become our 3rd champion of F1 Academy. Tina Hausman, Emma Felbermeyer and Nina Gadaman will take the top 3 spots for the race tomorrow in terms of the reverse grid. Then it'll be Ferreira and Lloyd who complete our top 10. Chiconte in 11th, Leah Block in 12th, and Nobles in 13th. Those 2 drivers in their final races of F1 Academy. Those will be coming up across the next 2 days. Robertson in 14th, and then Crone, Chong, Westcott and Havrida in 18th position, and will start last on the grid, 3.6 seconds away. JB, final thoughts from this session?
That was very entertaining. What a job from Chloe Chambers. Where did she find that time despite the broken suspension this morning? She's on fire. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow in the races.
Yep, absolutely. Wes, here we go. We've got a champion to crown. And, I mean, I thought this qualifying would take it in one direction, but I don't feel like it has. I feel like we're basically bang on equal if we even consider that Verg actually can be better at starts than Pan. That's what we've learned across most starts this season.
Yeah, we certainly have, and definitely want to keep an eye out for 3rd place in the championship. With those 2 points that Chambers scored, that puts her level with Ella Lloyd for 3rd place in the championship now, and with Lloyd starting from 10th position for both races all the way down there, that is going to be a very hard one for her to defend. Although we've mentioned a couple of times that the Drivers' Championship will not be decided in race 1, something that will quite possibly be decided is the Teams' Championship. If Prema is able to score 10 more points than MP Motorsport tomorrow, Prema, of course, being Dorian Pan's team, MP Motorsport being Maya Verg's team, if they can score 10 more points, they will clinch the Drivers' Championship.
Well, that is how it looks in terms of the teams. We'll bring you all up to date with that tomorrow. But thank you very much to everyone who has joined us across the 2 JB Motorsports channels as well. We'll be back for the races to crown our champion. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be good. Looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow for more F1 Academy action. Goodbye.
All my thanks to Omi and to Wes for taking us through F1 Academy, and everyone on JB Motorsports too. Thank you very much as well for your company today on the F1 cameras. We'll be back bringing you all of the on-track action tomorrow. From the minute the road closes to the minute it reopens, we will be back with you. Thanks for your company today. We hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you again soon. Go and have a very good night. Bye-bye.